We're live. Hello, folks. How it is out there in YouTube land. Just turn that off there. Let me just. It's a bit of a rush to get here for 9. So let me just adjust things a little bit because something has happened on the camera. I moved it. Bear with me a second, please. I think that's a bit better, isn't it? That's not too bad. There we go. Yeah, that's all right. Everything seems a bit darker for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. Tell you what, maybe it's more autumnal. Bear with me a second, folks. Let's see if we can bring up a little bit more light in here. There we go. There we are. That's a bit better, I hope. Seems a bit gloomy there. Hello, everyone. Thanks very much for joining me. At 9 o'clock, I'll say hi. Thanks very much for coming to my science fiction station for tonight's Children of Dune book club. We're on, oh goodness, we're piling through it. We're on chapter 54, I believe. Oh, yes, indeed, tonight. It's a pretty important chapter. It's quite a long one. Yes, and so we're at the point where we're piling down into the end of the story. We've only got, this is with 10 chapters to go, less than 100 pages. And this is one of those kind of monumental kind of things within the Dune series, I suppose. But this is where Leto II meets his father, Paul, for the first time, really, since he's been a baby. And so the last time that these two met, basically, was whenever Leto II, as a baby, lent his sight to his father in order for him to kill Skytail, or Skitali, depending on your choice of pronunciation. Which was basically the end event, if you like, of Dune Messiah. So it's an interesting chapter. It's quite a lengthy one. We've got a lot of dialogue, a little bit of action. I don't have a fair amount of terms that we've heard before, but we'll run through them anyway. We've got some religious quotation, and we've got stuff to do with the Golden Path. Pardon me. The differences between father and son, I suppose, the criticisms of Paul by Leto. There's quite a bit here, but this is, and I think we kind of we've got a kind of ongoing thing with the ring within this chapter, the ring of the Atreides, if you like, the sigil ring, if you like, of Leto I, with its hawk symbol. I suppose we'll maybe discuss that whenever we get through that, but possibly I think some of that relates to the analogy of, what's the thing I'm thinking on? The Ring of Gyges, from Plato's Republic. That's what I was thinking of. So we'll maybe have a wee mention about it. But it's a good chapter, this. It's got all sorts in it, I think. It's got a little bit of action. It's got a lot of intrigue, I think. It's got some foreshadowing. And it's got this really good interaction between Leto and Paul. We can even go as far as calling it, within terms of, I suppose, Frank Herbert's interest in psychoanalysis and psychology and so on. We could even call it a sort of, I don't know, possibly a pseudo-Oedipal meeting in some ways. There's a couple of strange events that occur subtly within this chapter as well. And I don't know. I want to see what you think, actually. There's Carlos Cruzella saying, "Hey, Doc." Hey, Carlos. How are you? Thank you very much for the wee message. I enjoyed that one. I got what you meant. There's Cynthia saying, "Hi, Doc." Hi, all. Hello, folks. How are you? It's nice to see you, Cynthia. I've got something to bring up that Cynthia mentioned. Where did I scribble it down? Because I should have mentioned it the last time, but on Sherlock. In fact, I've got it at point number 9, Cynthia. Just as we're getting going into the story, so we'll mention it. There's a possible meaning behind Sherlock, Demons of the Privy, which was a great fun thing to read. Something I quite like, stuff like that. So thank you very much. So we'll read that tonight. That's another suggestion there. I think that's from Cynthia's husband in relation to the meaning of the name, And there's Bojack Harkness saying, hello Bojack, how you doing? Thanks very much for joining us, as always. So it's from my point of view, I really love this chapter. it's got a little bit of everything in it. I think the writing's very tight. I think there's some fantastic little bits of characterization within this chapter for both Leto and Paul, um, that actually kind of leave you, well, left me, put it this way, left me wondering, I suppose. And we'll get there when we get to it. We also have, I think, possibly another historical character, part of a historical character overlay that we could attribute to Leto I here in this chapter as well, which is of some interest. I think it's quite a bit of fun. So we've got all sorts going on in this one. I think it's going to be a wee bit of fun. Bear with me a second to see if I can adjust my camera a wee bit. I'm not liking that. I don't know. Doesn't seem right to me. Something's not. I bet I'll tell you what's probably my new chair. I'm not probably feeling a little bit higher than that. That's it. There we go. We'll not worry about it too much. I think that's okay. There we go. That should do. Slightly different angle. Yeah, office is a bit of a mess. Got the sofa out of here. Down into another room. So bear with me, folks. And if we can get through it quickly enough tonight, then some relevant stuff from, pardon me, from Lord Raglan's The Hero. We'd hoped to read it within the previous episode, but we ended up doing the Moi Po of Leto Atreides by Marie Noelle Zinder. So the last episode there covering chapters 52 and 53, we read that all for you. So hopefully at the end of this, if we get through this quick enough, we can fit that in as well. And as I said, it's really just to point out some particularly important things, I think, from Lord Raglan's The Hero that are very relevant to Frank Herbert's Dune series. Oh dear, and there was something that, oh God, I wish I'd highlighted it now. We'll hopefully have to find it. Actually, it's one of those actually. The basis of history, local tradition, etc. So it's mainly to do with, I suppose, myth and ritual that we'll have a wee look at, but we'll also have a wee look at some of, hopefully if we can get through it, Raglan's attitudes, etc. But it connects a lot of this stuff, particularly in Lord Raglan's book, The Hero, to the idea of other memory, believe it or not, is in his book, The Hero. So that's something. Carl also said, interesting dilemma. Two prescients arguing over the future. Is it variants of that future or differing interpretations of what they mean that's at the root of their disagreement? Is it variants of that future, differing interpretations of what they mean, the root of their disagreement? Well, that's what we've kind of, in a sense, got some of that here. If you both, again, I suppose ultimately all things are relative, aren't they, Carlos? So regardless of having two different prescients, they're looking at a particular viewpoint in the future. Sure, well, as far as I can tell, surely their viewpoints would be relative, which would create a difference in them, I suppose. But yeah, interpreting the way we get it within the Dune series, to me, it's like Polaroid pictures, loads of them. Spread, and that they pick any given one picture for a moment in time. So it seems that it's a static thing in some way. So and to get any sense of what happens, you would have to run a bunch of them, together, basically like moving pictures. I think is kind of the way that Frank tries to, paint that picture, if you like, But yeah, indeed, if you're showing an event, how you interpret it and what's going to happen is very interesting. A really good story for that, folks, and I'm sure you know behind me, there's my cadre of judges, but there's a really, really good, one of the big Judge Dredd stories, and it's the early Judge Dredd story, is actually a story that goes across a whole pile of years, and it begins with what's called the Judge Child quest, which is a big epic, and it's all to do with a prophecy of a child who will save Mega City 1 from destruction, and the child bears the mark of an eagle on his forehead. And so this is all what we call these sort of precognitives within the Justice Department. And so off goes this big quest from Justice Department to find this child. I suppose if I tell you what happened, it would probably spoil the ending of it, but things don't quite go according to plan, and the future that happens is left open, and the comic eventually, many years after that story, brings the conclusion of it in, and actually makes it something a bit similar, that Mega City 1 is indeed destroyed. The child doesn't save it. It becomes a kind of, yeah, but it's how the interpretation of that future, etc., the percentages of it likely to happen, and kind of dread is the thing that wrecks it all. If you see what I mean. But it's a very good set of stories, and the Judge Child quest itself was quite an epic story. Many years later, you get the City of the Damned stories. You know, I don't know how many years it would be, probably about 5 or 6 or 7, maybe at least. And it's something like that. You know, not quite what they interpreted; they misinterpreted it. And in the story, I suppose, based on the interpretations, Dread's supposed to act one way. Based on the child's behavior, he chooses a different path. You know, quite an interesting thing. There's Julian Thompson saying, "Hi everybody." Hi Julian, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks very much for joining us. So we've got a cracking chapter to get on with tonight, folks. Let's see. Everything on my screen looks different. I don't know what it is. I really don't. I'm kind of curious. Bear with me a wee second. Boom. Oh, maybe that's it. I don't know. Anyway, just looks, it's maybe just something about YouTube itself, the look of it. But everything seems to be working okay. Right, all right. Carlos Cressese says, we saw in Messiah that the future can be changed at any time, merely by deciding on a different course of action. So could Paul's future vision be different from that one Leto sees? I think we're going to get an answer to that in this chapter. Carlos, I think the answer is yes. And I think, well, there's a lot of that in this chapter. I think also the question is who creates these futures? We've got some things that are going to be left open for us, I suppose, to discuss, you know. Our epigraph, just to start off with them, is thou didst divide the sands by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragon in the desert. Yea, I behold thee as a beast coming up from the dunes, thou hast the 2 horns of the lamb, but thou speakest as the dragon. And that's from the Revised Orange Catholic Bible, Aaron 11:4. Pardon me, we've had quotations from that before. But this particular one here, so we go from the Revised Orange Catholic Bible, is a splicing of 2 different chapters from the Bible, one from the Old Testament and one from the New. Sorry, just getting my book open here. There we go. Getting everything organized. Box full of highlighters moved. Oh goodness, how are we doing tonight? 23.7 degrees in the room, 55% humidity. We've had a really, sorry folks, ridiculously hot couple of days here. There we go. 29 degrees here yesterday. Weather's all over the place. It's either too hot to do anything or just absolutely lashing down a muggy grey. So the first part of this, thou didst divide the sand by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragon in the desert. This is from Psalm 74, verses 13 to 14. I'll just give you the New King James Version of it. You can look this up online if you like. There's a resource that gives you every single version of them. Pardon me. This one is attributed to Asaph, by the way. You divided the sea by your strength, you broke the heads of the sea serpents in the waters. So that's the actual Psalm 74. And then the second part of this, yea, I behold thee as a beast coming up from the dunes. Thou hast the 2 horns of the lamb, but thou speakest as the dragon. So this is from Revelations, the New Testament, Revelations 13, verse 11. I think 11 and 12, actually. Let me see. What did I... thought I scribbled something down to, no, it's maybe something else. Sorry, 13 verse 11. Then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spoke as a dragon. There we go. Ooh, dragons in the desert, sea monsters, this kind of thing. Leviathan, the beast of the apocalypse, the second beast in this case, etc., etc. And we've had references to this before, haven't we? Way back when in Dune itself, I think. Our main quoter of the Orange Catholic Bible at that point is Gurney. So a suggestion. This is Leto and Paul meeting. This is the first beast and the second beast, perhaps. We're going to get those kind of connections, I think, to Leto himself. We're going to get a whole bunch of different connections to him, aren't we? But one of them is the beast of the apocalypse. Bear with me a second. This is the beast from the Dunes. This is the beast of the earth, isn't it? Also called the Daba, is a creature mentioned in Surah An-Nahl, Ayat 82 of the Quran, and also associated with the Day of Judgment. Quran doesn't offer details about the nature of the beast of the earth, but various interpretations have linked it to monsters from Turkic mythology. Let's have a look. Wikipedia. What's going on here? Sorry, everything's advertising at me today. There's the beast of Gavaldi. Has anybody ever heard of that? It's an interesting one. There's a film about it. Oh goodness, Brotherhood of the Wolf. It's called, French movie. It's really good. So, Revelation 12 to 13 describes the three beasts. Let's see, the beast. I may refer to one of three beasts described in the book of Revelations. Revelation 12 to 13 describes these three beasts as follows. So, number one is the dragon, later revealed in the text to be Satan. Two is the beast of the sea, commonly interpreted as the Antichrist. And this one is the beast of the earth. I behold thee as a beast coming up from the earth, from the dunes. In this case, the beast of the earth is later revealed in the text to be the false prophet. However, many people have different beliefs about the meaning of these beasties. There we go. Let's see, Revelation 13, 11 to 18, the beast of the earth later. This is just from Wikipedia very quickly, just to save me the bother. Later known as the false prophet, comes out of the earth, exercises all the authority of the sea beast, forces everyone on earth to worship the sea beast, and convinces the people through signs and wonders to make an image of the sea beast. In their fight against God, the sea beast and the false prophet ally with the dragon to persecute the saints and those who do not worship the image of the beast, and influence earthly kings through three unclean spirits to gather for the battle of Armageddon. These two beasts are ultimately defeated by Christ and thrown into the lake of fire mentioned in Revelation 19, 18 to 20, while Satan the dragon is imprisoned in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. There we go. Sea monster and the beast with it. There's an illustration there, actually. Who's that from? Albrecht Dürer. Right. So obviously, the suggestion is that the previous beast, if you like, is Paul. This is the new beast coming up. This is Leto, who will make a religion out of his father, etc., etc. And we see some of that going on in this chapter, don't we? Some of the, almost like a negotiation within this chapter. Oh, big comment. Let's see. Carlos was saying we saw in Messiah that the future can be changed at any time merely by deciding on different courses of action. So could Paul's future vision be different from the one Leto sees? I was saying yes, I think it is. Somebody said agreed, Carlos, relevant to today where our leaders spar over their visions of the future. AI singularity, climate disruption, messianic apocalypse, interplanetary travel, incompatible with survival. Carlos is saying yes, Cynthia, and most of those visions seem to lead to bleak outcomes, making you appreciate the threading the needle aspect of Leto's golden path. Interesting stuff, folks. Yeah. The future can be changed at any time by deciding on a different course of action. Um, I think this is going to be apparent in this chapter, folks. We're going to see a few words here as we go along that really should make us seriously think about both of these characters. I come through this chapter having serious doubts about both of them. Quandaries, little wanderings, things I'm not really sure of. One is a particular, just a small thing that Paul does in this chapter, a very small thing. And the other is, I suppose, the word, through the language that we get within this, we'll talk about choices. Choice is fundamental to this, Our leaders spar over their visions of the future: AI, singularity, climate disruption, messianic apocalypse, interplanetary travel, incompatible with survival. And their vision is, I think, one of the big things that I think I can be grateful for Frank Herbert to really sort of illustrating to me well is the inability to think far forward. Just a messianic apocalypse. There's at least a couple of those who make me are really worrying. Bleak outcomes makes you appreciate the threading the needle aspect of Leto's golden path. Yeah, and can I say one other thing just in relation to this? We were talking about just in relation to AI the other week. I was mentioning warnings and stuff like that from science fiction, but The Culture by Ian M. Banks, those 10 books, if you like, represent an attempt by a science fiction author to make a conscious attempt to present the best possible future for mankind with AI, and that is The Culture. And it's I'd happily go live in The Culture's universe. I'd be fine there. I wouldn't set foot in the Dune universe. I would not if you give me a choice. But even within that, there's machines that can, it would be extremely concerning. So it's interesting whenever we get presented with best possible outcomes. Science fiction is something that tends to, as Carlos put it, present bleak outcomes, and especially around the apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic sort of genres cover a wide range of other science fiction topics, I suppose, because of the nature of the catastrophe. So they can be environmental, they can be, militaristic, they can be ecological, they can be political, they can be all sorts of things. They can be simply a disaster, So there we go. So interesting. Two pieces put together, and this is from our Revised Orange Catholic Bible. And we're given just the Book of Aaron 11:4, which we've heard from before. So off we go. It was the immutable prophecy. The threads become rope, a thing Leto now seemed to have known all of his life. He looked out across the evening shadows on the Tanzareth. 170 kilometers due north lay Old Gap, the deep and twisting crevice through the shield wall by which the first Fremen had migrated into the desert. Old Gap. Interesting little just historical fact for you there. No doubts remained in Leto. He knew why he stood here alone in the desert, yet filled with the sense that he owned this entire land, that it must do his bidding. He felt the cord which connected him with all of humankind, and that profound need for a universe of experiences which made logical sense, a universe of recognizable regularities within its perpetual changes. We get his thoughts here. I know this universe. So a sense of ownership, that this place will do his bidding. That in a sense reminds me of one of his ancestors. It reminds me kind of Pardo Kynes in a way. We get this, the threads and the cord here, for example. Pardon me. The thread became rope, and we have this here, the cord which connected him with all humankind. that kind of gives me the sense of association with the Morai, the Fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, isn't it? With your thread that you cut, etc. So very much fate and destiny being attached to each of these threads, if you like. We had a bit of we were talking a wee bit previously. It was was it the last chapter? I can't remember. I thought I said that I find the epigraph a bit confusing. Let me see. It's not the previous one. It might have been the one before. Signs and notes. No, possibly even one back. It's these little short. It just reminded me on what. This is it here. It's from chapter 50. Sometimes the epigraphs are kind of really more relevant to another chapter. Very quickly, just the epigraph from chapter 50 is making a lot more sense to me from having read this chapter. The future of prescience cannot always be locked into the rules of the past. The threads of existence tangle according to many unknown laws. Prescient future insists on its rules. It will not conform to the ordering of the Zen Sunni, nor to the ordering of science. Prescience builds a relative integrity. It demands the work of this instant, always warning that you cannot weave every thread into the fabric of the past. I said, I think that's more relevant to this chapter. With those threads, the way I'm starting to think of it is that we have X amount of threads that Leto's trying to follow to get to any given point, and from that given point, we can see more threads appearing, and it's more about trying to keep on getting. And I suppose ultimately we will get a future at some point. And I think how Paul's going to, in a kind of way, look at the threads that move in the past to create that will be through his father's vision, through his father's memories, if that makes sense. It's within here, so that's why I just wanted to quickly read that again. So he's got no doubts, the sense that he owns this entire land, and that it must do his bidding. And he feels this connection connected with all of humankind, that profound need for a universe of experiences which made logical sense. A universe of recognizable regularities within its perpetual changes. I don't know about you, but when I grew up, the universe didn't make logical sense, and in many ways it still doesn't. And the things that there are no logic to, the things that are strange and possibly illogical, possibly mysterious, were certainly a sense of wonder for me when I was a kid. And I suppose a lot of the mysteries of life that when I was a kid have been solved, but not all of them, not everything's logical. Certainly people are not logical. So it's just this, it's interesting, from this point of view, to be desirous, a profound need, according to Frank, for a universe of experiences which made logical sense. I suppose it's a bit like giving everybody the Mr. Spock viewpoint, isn't it? That everything must be logical, and again, what do you lose from that? Do you lose a sense of wonder, a sense of joy, a sense of happiness, a sense of what's that? What's going on? A sense of curiosity. So Leto's thoughts are, I know this universe. So the worm which had brought him here had come to the stamping of his foot, and rising up in front of him, had stopped like an obedient beast. He leaped atop it, and with only his membrane amplified hands, had exposed the leading lip of the worm's rings to keep it on the surface. So he's not using maker hooks. Is that right? Let me see. He'd leaped atop it. That just doesn't. He leapt upon it. He leapt atop it. Leaped upon it. Sorry, that sounds bad, doesn't it? It's not the choice of words I would have went with. I would either went with he'd leaped upon it, or he'd leapt atop it. I think I'm not too sure why, but he leaped atop it seems wrong to me, and it's probably fine. He leaped atop it, and with only his membrane hands, had exposed the leading lip of the worm's rings to keep it on the surface. So he's able to use the control ring without maker hooks here. Pardon me. The worm had exhausted itself in the night-long dash northward. Its silicon-sulfur internal factory had worked at capacity, exhaling lavish gusts of oxygen, which a following wind had sent in enveloping eddies around Leto. At times the warm gusts had made him dizzy, filled his mind with strange perceptions. The reflexive and circular subjectivity of his visions had turned inward upon his ancestry, forcing him to relive portions of his tyrannic past, then comparing those portions with his changing self. That's kind of interesting. Some circular subjectivity had turned inward upon his ancestry, forcing him to relive portions of his tyrannic past. So he's looking at his ancestors' history and making comparisons between said ancestors and himself. Already he could feel how far he drifted from something recognizably human. Seduced by the spice which he gulped from every trace he found, the membrane which covered him no longer was sand trout, just as he was no longer human. Cilia had crept into his flesh, forming a new creature, which would seek its own metamorphosis in the eons ahead. So the sand trout that's merged with him is not sand trout anymore, and he's not human anymore. And we're getting that reinforcement that Leto's not human. And that there is another change to come, a new creature which would seek its own metamorphosis in the eons ahead. So we get his thoughts here. You saw this, Father, and rejected it, he thought. It was a thing too terrible to face. So this is why his father, Paul, didn't do this. It's too much. And then it says, we have Leto knew what was believed of his father and why. So it's interesting use of the word believed. Again, we get such Muad'Dib died of prescience. So it was the future that killed it. Best Paul Atreides had passed from the universe of reality into the Alam al-Mithal while alive. Now, my copy of the book says feeling from this thing which his son had dared, and it should be, I'm pretty sure, fleeing. So, but Paul Atreides had passed from the universe of reality into the Alam al-Mithal, this kind of dream world, pardon me, of myth and so on, while alive, fleeing from this thing which his son had dared. What is it that his son is daring? It's this path, it's the golden path. This is what he was running from. Now there was only the preacher. So it's again, we get this sense of a separate identity for Paul Muad'Dib and the preacher here. One's become a myth, a hero, if you like. Partly a god. The other one is this. What's left of Paul, if you like, is this the preacher that's going to deconstruct and attack the myth of the man, I suppose, the myth of himself. Now there was only the preacher. Leto squatted on the sand and kept his attention northward. The worm would come from that direction, and on its back would ride two people, a young Fremen and a blind man. And just as we go down through this chapter, I'll point out, I suppose, it's maybe, we'll point it out now. Sorry, looking for me later. This is the chapter where I kind of get the sense that Paul is not a Fremen, and so it's not described as a worm approached and there were two Fremen on board, if you see what I mean, or on top. It's a young Fremen and a blind man. So I've written next to that, not a Fremen. A flight of pallid bats passed over Leto's head, heading their course southeast. They were random specks in the darkening sky, and a knowledgeable Fremen eye could mark their back course to learn where shelter lay that way. The preacher would avoid that shelter, though. His destination was Shulok, where no wild bats were permitted, lest they guide strangers to a secret place. This is the bit where I've got Sherlock, see wiki regarding Cynthia's suggestion, Demon of the Privy, which I've got bookmarked here. And I'll just read this to you guys, and then I'll see if there's any other, we'll catch up on any other wee comments here as we go. So this is a good one. I like this. Let me see, where's my wee folders and stuff? There. Now, yeah, it was interesting that you sent me this link, Cynthia, because it actually kind of revealed some serious limitations to the way I search for words in using search engines and so on that don't have accents in them, I suppose. So this is, oh, I better copy this and paste this in for you. Hang on a second. So you can all read along. Where are we? There we go. There's a link to Wikipedia. And this is Shulak. This is really interesting. This is good fun, this. In the Babylonian magico-medical tradition, Shulak is the lurker of the bathroom or the demon of the privy. Shulak appears in the Babylonian Diagnostic Handbook, Tablet 27, in which various diseases are described and attributed to the hand of a god, goddess, or a spirit. A lurker is a type of demon who lies in wait in places where a potential victim is likely to be alone. When a man attends to excretory functions or elimination, or taking a crap, in other words, or a pee, he is exposed and hence vulnerable. Shulak will hit him. The hit may be a type of stroke, which is a mshitu. Ancient folk etymology held that the name Shulak derived from a phrase meaning dirty hands, due to his dwelling in the bit Mushati, literally house of rinse water or lavatory. I suppose like a water closet, WC. And Shulak is described in Akkadian sources as a rampant or bipedal, but otherwise normal-looking lion. The demon referred to as the hitter or striker elsewhere in the handbook may be Shulak identified by an epithet. A much earlier reference to this demon is found in a Hittite diagnostic text. And it says ancient Mesopotamian medical texts attribute cases, this is really interesting, cases of paralysis and stroke to the action of Shulak, a connection possibly due to fears that excessive strain on the toilet could cause such maladies. Protective amulets in the form of the lion's centaur Urmalulu or cuneiform tablets inscribed with spells to ward off Shulak were often buried in the doorways of lavatories or on the foundations of the house or deposited in drainage pipes. So it's kind of almost an apotropaic kind of thing, isn't it? Protective amulets against the demon of the shithouse. I like this. Yeah, it's quite an Irish thing as well, I think. In the Talmud, then, it says we have a similar lavatory demon that takes the form of a goat in the Talmud, Shabbat 67a and Berachot 62a. This demon of the privy, Shid Beit HaKisset, appears also in the Babylonian Talmud. The rabbis taught on coming from a privy, a man should not have sexual intercourse till he has waited long enough to walk half a mile, because the demon of the privy is with him for that time. If he does, his children will be epileptic. Stroke and epilepsy were closely related in ancient medicine. The law is not included in the Mishneh Torah. The demon of the privy is the type of unclean spirit that in the early Christian era was regarded as causing both physical and spiritual affliction. So there you go. Isn't that really interesting? That's coming from the Babylonian Diagnostic Handbook. That's a medical text, basically, isn't it? Which various diseases are described and attributed to the hand of a god, goddess, or spirit. There you go. So I thought that was a good time to read that. Check that out if you like on Wikipedia. Demons of the privy, lurkers, caco demons. Excellent stuff. So thank you very much to Cynthia and her husband for that link. And that's a possible another meaning for Shulak, and it fits very well, doesn't it? Let's just catch up with your comments before we, let's see, head on down too far. No. There we go, Cynthia. Most of those visions. Right, there we go. That's where we are. Caught up. Carlos had said another quick point. Since both are prescient, wouldn't their individual futures and visions be hidden from each other, or does the familial relation alter that in some way? So they say many characters fear new territory. Sabiha fears her visions. Paul feared the worm human possibility. Benny Gesserit feared meal past lives. Many things can be seen but not traversed, perhaps. And Carlos is saying, sorry, it would be more correct to say their presence in those futures would be hidden from each other. Ah, and Carlos is saying, Cynthia, fear is the mind killer. It is indeed one of the lessons of the book. And there's a lot of people who are often afraid in these books, aren't they? It's what you do with the fear, isn't it, I suppose? And in relation to your question, Carlos, I think, again, we're going to see that in this chapter when we get down to it. I think they have I think it's of all the possible futures you have to pick and choose. There's an infinite amount of seconds that go from now into the end of eternity, if you like, and what futures you can choose to look at. Um, I wouldn't necessarily think it the same way that they could see the same ones. As I said, we were saying that the relative, would each person not be hidden from the others in the same way that isn't it that prescience and oracles are used to model the vision? So I think that's highly likely. I think they both have seen versions of the same events, I think, but not necessarily explored them in the same way. And perhaps with Paul certainly turning away from one, what must I do for that not to happen? Leto is the opposite of that. He's accepted it. So what must I do for it to happen? So in that sense, I think that their visions would be different. But they probably would have us, in terms of Kralizec, this Typhoon struggle, they must have some kind of common ground in terms of what it might look like to talk about. But again, if it's just one snapshot out of a possible future, and if it's the battle at the end of time, that kind of thing, battle at the end of the universe, what does it really matter if mankind doesn't survive? Because nothing else would it? Pardon me, I don't know. As I said, as we go through this, there's little clues in this, and I'm really curious to see what you think. But there are little things that kind of stick out for me. I still have my doubts about both of these characters. But it's a good point. Let's see. Many characters feared. Yes, new territory. The new, isn't it? Something different. Sabia fears her visions. Feared the worm human possibility. Benny Gesserit fear meal past lives. Many things can be seen but not traversed, perhaps. Carlos says, sorry, but more correct to say their presence. Presence in those futures could be hidden from each other. Cynthia fears the mind killer. There's a Trudy's. Hi, Trudy's saying ignorance has its advantages. A universe of surprises is what I pray for. Frank Herbert, Children of Dune. Yeah, it's the same as the logical, isn't it? It's the ignorance has its advantages. It certainly does. To be surprised is a good thing. In some ways, it's not. But it's a good point. Yes, and I go with that at Trudy's as well. Just it's very similar to that we want to. Was it suggested here that all of humankind in that profound need for a universe of experiences which made logical sense? I was just saying it's the illogical things, that the unrecognizable, the strange, the mysterious. I used to have a book when I was a kid. I picked it up in an antique shop in the Isle of Man, I think. I think it's just called Phenomena. It was just one of those books, with photographs and stuff, pictures of real, supposed ghosts, things from folklore. What else? Will-o'-the-wisps, spontaneous human combustion. All of that stuff. Again, to a 9 or 10-year-old, I found it fascinating. Will-o'-the-wisps. A lot of these things have explanations now. People maybe 100, 200 years ago would have had a mythological or folk tale application to it, something supernatural, perhaps. And I think, and part of it, it's interesting that I now know what will-o'-the-wisps are, things like marsh gas and all of this. But it's kind of sad, isn't it, that they're not the magical, spooky things that we once thought they were. And that's where I suppose knowledge is a bit of a ignorance has its advantages. Yes, indeed. And yes, and we get a little bit we get a little bit more of the information here on the worms and their internal factories, etc. It kind of makes you wonder: is Leto going to have an internal factory? No, there was only the preacher. Right? Yes, where were we? A flight of pallid bats passed over Leto's head, heading their course southeast. They were random specks in the darkening sky, and a knowledgeable Fremen could mark their back course to learn where shelter lay that way. The preacher would avoid that shelter, though. His destination was Shuloch, where no wild bats were permitted lest they guide strangers to a secret place. So that's where we had a wee quick read at the Shuloch thing. I thought that was excellent. The worm appeared first as a dark movement between the desert and the northern sky. Matar, the rain of the sand, dropped from the high altitudes by a dying storm wind, obscured the view for a few minutes, and then it returned clearer and closer. Rain of sand, that's interesting. I worked in Heathrow Airport a long time ago, did security at Cargo Village. I've seen a couple of very strange things there, but one was sort of like pink sand. It was or pink snow. Sorry, it was snow with sand, and it would be picked up by this wind. And the other one was a kind of our little hut got swarmed by locusts one day, which had also been picked up by a wind, um, dumped over Heathrow. Very strange. Matar here is the Arabic root MTR. Matar means rain, the rain of sand. So the cold line at the base of the dune, where Leto crouched, began to produce its nightly moisture. He tasted the fragile dampness in his nostrils, adjusted the bubble cap of the membrane over his mouth. There no longer was any need for him to find soaks and sipwells. From his mother's genes, he had that longer, larger Fremen large intestine to take back water from everything which came its way. Uh, in my videos, the original PhD videos on the Dune series, we have a wee bit of a natter about that the Fremen large intestine is a product of soft inheritance, um, instead of evolution by means of natural selection, which is interesting. If we know our era one, it takes us a wee bit there as well. Um, So, yes, indeed, from his mother's genes, he had that longer, larger Fremen large intestine to take back water from everything which came its way. The living still suit grasped and retained every bit of moisture it encountered, and even while he sat here, the membrane which touched sand extruded pseudopod cilia to hunt for bits of energy which it could store. Hmm. So while he's sitting on the ground, basically, pseudopod cilia, like little feet, if you like, little hairy feet coming out of him, and wiggling about on the sand, looking for little bits of who knows what, for energy. Pardon me. I really like the writing in this chapter, says it, but there's some that's um, even with stuff like that within this paragraph here. I think the writing's very good. Leto studied the approaching worm. He knew the youthful guide had seen him this time, noting the spot atop the dune. The worm rider would discern. Uh, Hang on, if I made a wee mistake here, bear with me. No, would discern no principle in this object seen from a distance. Is that what it says there? No. No, I wrote it down correctly. Sorry. Pardon me, I'll just read that again. Uh, Leto studied the approaching worm. He knew the youthful guide had seen him this time, noting the spot atop the dune. The worm rider would discern no principle in this object seen from a distance. But that was a problem. Sorry, I'll read it again. But that was a problem Fremen had learned to handle. An unknown object was dangerous. The young guide's reactions would be quite predictable, even without the vision. So yes, that idea of uh, that which you don't understand, destroy it, for example. It is quite a silly kind of thing. I suppose the Fremen have learned unknown objects can be dangerous, but basically the sense is that they would just run over or kill anybody out here if they just didn't know who they were. I suppose that survivability on this planet from a Fremen point of view means you have to be quite murderous, I think, you know. True to that prediction, the worm's course shifted slightly and aimed directly at Leto. Giant worms were a weapon which Fremen had employed many times. Worms had helped beat Sharam at Arrakis. This worm, however, failed to do its rider's bidding. It came to a halt 10 meters away, and no manner of goading would send it across another grain of sand. Leto arose, feeling the cilia snap back into the membrane behind him. He freed his mouth and called out, Aklan Wasakla, welcome, twice welcome. I've got this from Arabic. It should be Alan wa salam, which is basically welcome, but is like the implication within the welcome is that it's for family. The blind man stood behind his guide, atop the worm, one hand on the youth's shoulder. The man held his face high, nose pointed over Leto's head, as though trying to sniff out this interruption. Sunset painted orange on his forehead. Who is that? The blind man asked, shaking his guide's shoulder. Why have we stopped? His voice was nasal through the stillsuit plugs. The youth stared fearfully down at Leto, said, It is only someone alone in the desert. A child by his looks. I tried to send the worm over him, but the worm won't go. Why didn't you say? The blind man demanded. I thought it was only someone alone in the desert, the youth protested. But it's a demon. I just think Frank's exclamation marks should be elsewhere within those sentences. You know, but it's a demon. It would be better, I think, you know. So this child, so basically, this is Assan Tariq, somebody alone in the desert, a child by the looks of it, tried to run him over, but the worm wouldn't do it. Why didn't you say? The blind man demanded. I thought it was only someone alone in the desert, but it's a demon. Is basically what we're getting. And Leto says, spoken like a true son of Jack Urutu. Leto said, and you, sire, you're the preacher. And I've written next to this, not a question. I am that one, yes. And there was fear in the preacher's voice, because at last he had met his own past. There is no garden, Leto said, but you are welcome to share this place with me tonight. Now, that's a sort of invite number one, if you like. Where are we? Who are you, the preacher demanded. How have you stopped our worm? There was an ominous note of recognition in the preacher's voice. Now he called up the memories of this alternate vision, knowing he could reach an end here. So as Carlos was saying here, how do we know about the visions that they've had of the future? Do they appear in each other's visions? Are they hidden from each other's visions? Have they willfully ignored threads that have carried on down from a particular event in terms of trying to steer away from those visions? Why don't they see each other? And I think that they have done in some ways. Call up the memories of this alternate vision is what we get there. Pardon me. Just grab a wee highlighter there for that bit. Knowing he could reach an end here. Many possibilities, many ends for them, I suppose. Many deaths, many things that lead down. We have to understand that why Paul is here is because he'd been trying to avoid something really, really bad. And including, by the way, and I think this includes the sacrifice of both Leto II, the real Leto II, and Chani, in a way that he does these things because there's no other choice. I have to do it to stop really bad stuff from happening. And then that's always been the problem with him, isn't it? He runs away from it. Then it kind of makes their sacrifice in vain, unless someone like Leto II here, who's really Leto III, actually does this, because he didn't. It gets tricky when we talk about the Letos, doesn't it? So this is a small addition in my text. He knew the youthful guide had seen him by this time. Leto was letting himself be seen. Ah, right. Thank you. Where is hang on. Where is that, Cynthia? Sorry, could you just tell me what paragraph's that in, please? Small addition in your text is probably. He knew the youthful guide had seen him by this time. Right. Hang on. That's right. That's where he's turning. Here we go. He knew the youthful guide had seen him by this time. Right. It's the by. Got you. Thank you very much. Yeah. No, we don't have it. Thank you. Right. Where are we? Let's see him. By. There we go. By this time. I've got room for it. Let's fit that in. Thank you very much. Missing word. Thanks very much, Cynthia. Every little helps. As the cat said when it peed in the sea, isn't that right? Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Oh yeah, even little things like that. I'm kind of curious about them now. I actually did a little bit of research this week, by the way, folks. In fact, let me see. I wonder, did I bookmark the page? I did. I'm wondering about what's happened to these books. The Starfarer science fiction website. Here you go. Here's the link. Has a rather good page on the publication history of Dune. Starting in 1963, all the different series, different printings, different covers, and images to go with. And the dates are there too. So the copies particularly that we are working with are the New English Library. Those the ones that we're praising are the Berkeley editions, and then we've also got the Golances. What are those there? The New English Libraries. And what else have we got? On the go here, first UK paperbacks, the Nails. So yeah, New English Library, Golance, Victor Golance, I think is the ones that I've been working with. But it's a very good. If you want to get all the Dune covers, etc. Including the really good ones. I'm always trying to remember his name, but it's got the New English Library paperback editions with artwork by Jerry Grace that has all. If you put all the covers back to back, you get a really big picture, and the images are there if you want to get a copy of them. So that's a useful little website. But thank you very much. Carlos is saying one would think that the worm's territorial nature would have driven him straight at Leto. And again, but is it there's something of Leto that it's not quite. Is it like it's the worms don't go at the sand trout, do they? They only go at other worms. I think possibly he's more sand trout than sandworm at the moment, Carlos. But although he's supposed to be neither, really, he's not meant to be sand trout or human. Right, where are we? Right. Who are you? The preacher demanded. How have you stopped our worm? There was an ominous note of recognition in the preacher's voice. Now he called up the memories of this alternate vision, knowing he could reach an end here. It's a demon, the young guide protested. We must flee this place or our souls. Silence, the preacher roared. I am Leto Atreides, Leto said. Your worm stopped because I commanded it. There we go, Carlos. As much as they are territorial, Leto commands. If we want to get our answer. As they said, thanks for the link to the publications and book covers. I was looking for something like this when we were discussing the missing chapter in Dune. Yes, indeed. It's kind of what got me. And it's just the first thing I kind of came across. I actually do have a very, very comprehensive bibliography. It's a little odd little pamphlet publication on Frank Herbert as well. But I just thought I'd have a nosy, and that's found it there. I just went, oh, there's the dates with all the different publications, and that's pretty thorough, I thought, as well. I've got a first edition here, just interestingly enough. But yes, it was worth having a wee look at. So no, I bookmark any wee things. I've actually decided to create a wee folder here in my bookmarks, just for stuff that's pertaining to the book club, pretty much. Just anything that I might want to sort of share, Christopher Crowe said the chapter might well have been called Paul, Worst Father of the Year. Yes. Well, there is, as I said, I'll point it out when we get there. I think both of them have their moments here. I think Paul makes an attempt to kill Leto here in this chapter, by the way, which I never noticed before. I'll point it out when we get there. So I'm Leto Atreides, Leto said, your worm stopped because I commanded it. The preacher stood in frozen silence. Come, father, Leto said, alight and spend the night with me. I'll give you sweet syrup to sip. I see you frame kits with food and water jars. We'll share our riches here upon the sand. I quite like the picture that Leto sort of paints of it. It's a very romantic picture of the desert at night, isn't it? We'll share our riches, our food and our drink under the sky, this kind of thing with our frame tents. It's I'm not too sure what to think of. I'll give you sweet syrup to sip, because that's going to come from his own suit, isn't it? I suppose. Leto's yet a child, the preacher protested, and they say he's dead by Carino treachery. I'm assuming that's by Carino treachery. In my copy of the book, the text is eroded. If that's the right word, that's worn away. Nope, no, that moves me. Sorry, I moved the paperweight here to the wrong place. Bear with me a second. It goes 2020. There we go. I'm assuming it's dead by Carino. Should look that up quickly. I think that would make sense. By Carino treachery, there's no childhood in your voice. Oh goodness, it's interesting. Myself and my wife were just having a wee chat, just about certain types of children, myself included, recently. But I was telling her about Diagoro, the son of Ogami Ito from Lone Wolf and Cub, and what an incredible character, literary character. Diagoro is, what an absolutely terrifying child he is. I was just thinking he's a very good character. Ladies, behave, please. He's a very good character to compare to young Alia. Again, little kids that are considered demons, this kind of thing. Diagoro is one of my favorite literary characters of all time. I must see if I can pick up the rest of the Lone Wolf and Cubs, because I'd love to make a video about them, but I would just love to just have a good old gush about them, But sorry, just popped into my head there. Sorry, our girls are out barking away there. So we get the superstition, by the way. Ladies, behave. We get the superstitions, by the way, of the folk of Shurok and Jacurutu here with young Assan Tariq, which is a thing that's been played on by the Atreides. Right, so Leto's yet a child, the preacher protested, and they say he's dead by Carino treachery. There's no childhood in your voice. You know me, sire, Leto said. I'm small for my age as you were, but my experience is ancient and my voice has learned. What do you hear in the inner desert? The preacher asked. Buji, Leto said. Nothing from nothing. It was the answer of a Zen Sunni wanderer, one who acted only from a position of rest, without effort, and in harmony with his surroundings. I think we talked about Buji before. I did a wee quick, just double check on it. From Chinese Buddhism, Buji Li is neither the thing itself nor something apart. Neither, how would you put it? It's not the same nor identical. It's neither the same nor identical. No, neither the same, neither identical or separate. How's a good analogy for it? It's not. I looked this one up. It's not the water. It's not the water nor the wave. Does that make sense? It's that kind of thing. Neither the thing itself nor something apart is what it means. Nothing from nothing. And I think is the best attachment that we can give to that one. Oh goodness. Sometimes it's tricky to explain some little concepts, isn't it? That come from other languages, other cultures. Just English is, I think, pretty good for getting around different topics and words like that. But not always. Words don't fail me now. Neither the thing itself nor something apart from it. The example I have is not the water nor the wave. Which is presented as Sunni. It also sounds a bit. I don't know. No, we'll just go with Chinese Buddhism, I think. So this is Leto's reply. Buji, Leto said, nothing from nothing. Is the answer of a Zen Sunni wanderer, a Fremen, in other words, one who acted only from a position of rest, without effort and in harmony with his surroundings. The preacher shook his guide's shoulder. Is it a child? Truly a child? Yeah, the youth said, keeping a fearful attention on Leto. A great shuddering sigh shook the preacher. No, he said. It is a demon in child form, the guide said. You will spend the night here, Leto said. We will do as he says, the preacher said. Yeah. I would have got up a wee bit if I was scribbling. There's a lot of he says, they says, if you know what I mean. Nothing wrong with it. He released his grip on the guide, slipped off the worm's side, and slid down a ring to the sand, leaping clear when his feet touched. Turning, he said, sorry, pardon me, got hiccups. Take the worm off and send it back into the sand. It is tired and will not bother us. This is Paul to Assan Tariq. Assan Tariq says, the worm will not go, the youth protested. It will go, Leto said. But if you try to flee on it, I'll let it eat you. He moved to one side out of the worm's sensory range, pointed in the direction they had come. Go that way. The youth tapped a goad against the ring behind him, wiggled a hook where it held a ring open. Slowly the worm began to slide over the sand, turning as the youth shifted his hook downside. The preacher, following the sound of Leto's voice, clambered up the dune slope and stood 2 paces away. It was done with a swift sureness which told Leto this would be no easy contest. Here the visions parted. Boom. They say he's dead off. Thank you, Cynthia. I was guessing. It's a chunky chapter to work out, this one. Where is it? You can see it in the book. The text is missing. He's dead of Korea. Thank you. Might as well just write this in. Yeah, I had a complete, just might as well have had the word missing, I suppose. But it's one of those where the print hasn't taken right. I'm quite bad at these. I always propose a particular word, thinking it must be this or that, and it's usually not. Let me see. Where were we? That's note number 24 of Carino is dead off. Thank you very much. It's of. They say he's dead off Carino treachery. Yeah, there's no childhood in your voice. Excellent. Thank you very much. Paul, worst father of the year. Could you give him a worst father of the year title, Christopher? Really, we should have to consider eternity in the matter. There you go. So quite a, if you try to flee and the worm will eat you, this kind, I quite like that. It's quite ha ha ha. So here's the point. Here's the visions parted. As Carlos was asking, we were talking about where do their visions of a particular future. Surely they must see similar moments, or and the question is, do they see each other in these moments? Or are they hidden from each other's vision? And that's the thing we've noticed with the more oracles there are, the more the future tends to be muddied. I think is what we got from Dune Messiah. Where I suppose we can consider guild navigators to be oracular, if you like, Bene Gesserit to be oracular, but even the introduction of a game like the Tarot, the Dune Tarot, as an oracular device, as a thing to muddy the waters, if you like, whether it worked or not. So here the visions parted. I've put this at one vision at this point, but really it's not. It's just here's where they separate, I think. Remove your soot mask, Father. The preacher obeyed, dropping the fold of his hood and withdrawing the mouth cover. Knowing his own appearance, Leto studied the face, seeing the lines of likeness as though they'd been outlined in light. The lines formed an indefinable reconciliation, a pathway of genes without sharp boundaries, and there was no mistaking them. Those lines came down to Leto from the humming days, from the water-dripping days, from the miracle seas of Caladan. But now they stood at a dividing point on Arrakis as night waited to fold itself into the dunes. It's interesting, I suppose, that we're both father and son have met before, as a baby, as a father, but how they've changed to each other, I suppose, what's happened to each of them is a thing that I think both have a curiosity in this about the other. Naturally, I suppose. So, Father, Leto said, glancing back to the left where he could see the youthful guide trudging back to them from where the worm had been abandoned. Muzain, the preacher said, waving his right hand in a cutting gesture. This is no good. Coolish, Zain, Leto said, voice soft. This is all the good we may ever have. And he added, speaking in Chakobsa, the Atreides battle language, here I am. Here I remain. We cannot forget that, Father. The preacher's shoulders sagged. He put both hands to his empty eye sockets, a long, unused gesture. I gave you the sight of my eyes once and took your memories, Leto said. I know your decisions, and I've been to that place where you hid yourself. I know, the preacher lowered his hands. You will remain? You named me for the man who put that on his coat of arms, Leto said. Je suis, je reste. The preacher sighed deeply. How far has it gone, this thing that you've done to yourself? Now, before we go on with that any further, Muzain is Mu's kind of nothingness. Zain, beauty, grace, elegance, good. No good. Nothing is good here. As it says there, no good. There's no good. Coolish, Zain. Coolish is very, pretty much, or plenty in Arabic. Zain, I get Zain is beauty, grace, good, elegance. So as much as saying there's no good here, what Leto's saying is there's loads of plenty good here, really, I think, and the actual translations. Now, je suis, je reste, here I am, and here I stay. Or as it's put in the book, here I am, here I remain. Isn't that right? Now, here's an interesting one. For Julian educated me the other week in the topic of the third estate, which I wasn't too aware of. And we're going to go a little bit back to France here with this one. These are actually real words associated with a real person. Now we've got the Atreides coat of arms, the Red Hawk, and we're going to have the Atreides ring in this. Here we have the motto. This is the coat of arms, the motto on the coat of arms of Leto I, Leto Atreides. Je suis, je reste. Here I am, here I stay. Here I am, here I remain, if you like. Is a phrase associated with, you're going to like this one, I like this, Marshal Patrice de MacMahon, whose dates are 13th to the 6th, 1808 to 17th to the 10th, 1893. And you're thinking Marshal Patrice de MacMahon is correct. He's French general, politician, and president of France, 1873 to 1879. The words are associated with the Battle of Malakoff during the Siege of Sevastopol. Here I am, here I stay. Yeah, interesting chap. Let me just quickly, I should have bookmarked him here, shouldn't I? At least, again, if this is a little bit of a real person overlaid on the Atreides, there we go. Patrice de McMahon, former president of France. If you want to have a, I'll just bring up the. I bet you're all thinking that doesn't sound like a very Irish, or sorry, very French name. Of course, it isn't. It's Irish. He's McMahon. There we go. Is a French. Mariadme Patrice Maurice de McMahon, Marquis de McMahon, Duc de Magenta. 1808 to 1893, was a French general and politician. He served as president of France from 1873 to 1879. He was elevated to the dignity of Marshal of France by Napoleon III, who isn't he the last emperor? Let me see. First president, second emperor, last monarch of France. Is that it? Is Napoleon III? Let me see. I don't know. Too much there for me to have a wee look into. Anyway, did I copy that over? Did I? Patrice, I did. Yeah, there you go. Patrice McMahon. McMahon is how we say that over here. McMahon. Just McMahon. So there you go. A little bit of what's his Irish connection? I wonder. Hang on. Oh yeah, there we go. His family are of Irish origin. The lords of Corcu Besson in Ireland and descended from Mahon, the son of Murtagh O'Brien, High King of Ireland. After losing much of the land in the Cromwellian confiscations of 1652, a branch moved to Limerick for a time, supported the deposed King James II in the Glorious Revolution, and settled in France during the subsequent reign of King William III. There you go. Applied for French citizenship in 1749. There you go. That's the history of the family. So there you go. A little bit of Irish-French history in with the Atreides. Mickey said, "What do you think about axolotl tanks?" At this point, Mickey, where we're at within the books, they're not quite as we've discussed that there's a slight difference in them. So how they've been presented in the books up until now is different than how they're going to be presented later on down the road. They're a pretty horrific thing if you want to know what I think about them. To be honest with you, let me see, just catching up. Dr. D. Edward Hensley says, "So glad to finally make it to Wise." Hi, D. Edward Hensley. Thanks for joining us. I'm a wee bit all over the place, unfortunately, D. I do my best to try and get on here regularly every week. But it's just I'm not a professional at this, and life can be a bit bothersome sometimes. But we do our best. We're usually here on a Thursday or Friday. Mickey said, "Have you ever read Stanislav Lem?" You can probably tell that I have because I pronounced his name correctly. Solaris, etc. Yes, indeed. Mickey, I've talked about Stanislav Lem quite a lot. I'm very fond of him. I'm very, very, very fond of the Siberiad. Where's me now? We're in alphabetical order these days, aren't we? What have I got now? I've got not a whole lot here. I would be very happy to read a good bit more of them. I'll not jump on this topic too long, Mickey, because we're on the Dune Book Club. But I've got Solaris. I picked that one up. That's from the George Clooney remake. Mortal Engines is what I've got. But this is I keep giving this book away to students. This is a book that I give away a lot. I adore this. Absolutely adore it. For anybody who's not read it, science fiction royalty. The Siberian in itself is gold, platinum, whatever you want to call it. But I do love Stanislav Lem. I'm not widely read with his works, but I'm enough. I know enough a wee bit about him, but I adore, in terms of what I have read, one of my favorite science fiction books of all time is the Siberia. It kind of holds a place in my heart in a similar way to Aesop's Fables. And there's a very good Google Doodle, Mickey, of some of the robots from. If you do type in Google Doodle for Stanisław Lem, you'll get a fantastic interactive doodle that's from the Siberia. That's cool. Bojack Singh, welcome as well. Yes, D. Edward and all. Mickey, welcome, folks. Nice to have you here. Mickey saying, cool. There's a lot of post-Soviet science fiction to explore. A person about to try Werner Vinge. Yeah, I've got a little bit of Werner Vinge sitting here. Down below, it's a short story. I can't remember which one it is. Carlos is saying we're a very inclusive group. Yes, everybody's welcome here. My big thrill was not post-Soviet really, but I suppose is the Strugatsky brothers. Mickey, that's where I go. I'm lap up their work. I wish I had more time to get at them at the minute, but I've got the Dune City to get through soon, and then it'll be time to go out and buy some more Strugatsky brother books. But if anybody's not heard this, yeah, I've got some actually quite good Soviet era short science fiction as well here. I've got a little bit of all sorts of stuff here, Mickey. But Werner Vinge, I don't think you can go wrong with. I'm trying to remember the name of the book. The name of the book that I got of his recently was a disappointment. It was actually a short story of his buried inside a book with the title of his story, and it's actually full of essays and stuff by other writers who don't present the book that's what it is. And I was a wee bit disappointed in it, but at the same time, thought it was an interesting thing to get with a short story. But what I actually thought I was getting was an AI novel, but it's a short story instead, you know. So there we go, folks. Je suis, je reste. Here I am, here I stay. Here I am, here I remain. The motto of the Atreides, in reality, not the bizarre one from the Denis Villeneuve film, which was rather inclusive in villainy, I thought. Was it we answer any call? We something like that. We come, we do, so regardless of who they are. I thought it was a bit dodgy. So there we go. Will you remain? Yes, you name me for the man who put that on his coat of arms. Je suis, je reste. So it's a phrase uttered by Marshal Patrice de McMahon, former president of France from 1873 to 1879. Here I am, here I stay. It's from the Siege of Sevastopol. So the preacher sighed deeply. How far has it gone, this thing that you've done to yourself? My skin is not my own, Father. The preacher shuddered. Then I know how you found me here. Yes, I fastened my memory to a place my flesh had never known, Leto said. I need an evening with my father. I am not your father. I am only a poor copy, a relic. He turned his head toward the sound of the approaching guide. I no longer go to the visions for my future. So it's a willful, by the sounds of this, a willful refusal to have the second sight that Paul's saying here. I no longer go to the visions for my future. One thing I'm going to throw out here, folks, just now, because I want you to consider possibly as we go through this, and I'll point it out whenever we do get to it, is I want you to consider whether both of these people are being honest in this. And I mean it quite sincerely. I want you to consider whether Paul's being honest here. I want you to consider whether Leto's being honest. We'll maybe have a couple of spoiler alert things here, but we'll discuss it when we get to it. But it's just what he's saying here. I'm not sure I believe him. Pardon me. We spoke about the previous chapter, how we've seen within the limitations of certain abilities, the flaws, if you like, that they all have a kind of fatal flaw. The truth sayers are useless if a person believes that they're saying the truth, whether they actually are or not. It's that kind of thing. There's something going on here between these two in a funny way, and we'll see if you can put your finger on it. Maybe I'm just sort of getting the wrong vibe from it, you know. But I no longer go to the visions for my future. I suppose from the point where the future, the visions parted, perhaps, where it's that point onwards. So as he spoke, darkness covered the desert. Stars leaped out above them, and Leto too turned toward the approaching guide. Wabak ol Kuhar, Leto called to the youth. Greetings. Back came the response. Subak Umlar. Speaking in the hoarse whisper, the preacher said, that young Assan Tariq is a dangerous one. I've written something underneath it. I've just written he's a mad, murderous little so-and-so, in my opinion. Now, I've got a few of these terms to read to, but a whole bunch of them, so we'll just run through this a little bit ahead here. All of the cast out are dangerous, Leto said, but not to me. He spoke in a low, conversational tone. If that's your vision, I will not share it, the preacher said. Perhaps you have no choice, Leto said. You are the Fil Haqiqa, the reality. You're Abu Dur, father of the indefinite roads of time. I'm no more than bait in a trap, the preacher said, and his voice was bitter. Now, let's just have a way, just to explain some of these terms again quickly, folks. Goodness, a couple of these caused me a bit of bother, and then they didn't. And then I would also say I kind of almost went with an AI response to one of these, and I actually read it and went, well, thank God I didn't write that down. AI is not, it's interfering in my etymological work, I suppose. Well, about Al-Kahar, I started off going, well, Al-Kahar is one of the 99 names of Allah. The QHR root, which implies dominance, Ul, which is a slave or a servant, and names Ul-Kahar, like I'm a servant of Wabak, is well done and excellent. So that wasn't kind of helping me much at all. And then I did find that in looking at the next phrase, Subak Unar, it is actually Saba Anur, which is a response to Saba al-Khair, which is, if we look at the previous one. So Saba Anur is a response to Saba al-Khair, which basically means good morning. Saba Anur is a kind of response to that, saying basically like it's a morning of light, a morning of brightness, if you like. So it's like someone saying good morning and somebody saying, yeah, it's a really sunny day, isn't it? That kind of thing, with those two greetings. Phil Hackwinkle, as usual with Frank, he's either pulled words apart or stuck them together. And this case, he stuck them together. It's Arabic fil being in, hakika is the truth, reality, or being genuine. So when he says you're the fil hakika, the reality, well, that you are in truth, you're the in truth, you're the reality, you're the genuine thing. You're Abu Dur, father. Abu is of the indefinite roads of time. Dur, I think, is word for as a prayer within Islam. It's one of the Islamic midday prayers, but it comes from a word zur, which is the word for moon. There you go. So reality, you're Abu Dur, father moon, if you like, father of the indefinite roads of time. There we go. That's what I got with those ones. We got fun with the words, and hopefully I haven't mauled them too much. Let me just catch up with your comments there, folks. Just to see the colours once I post. Oh yeah, does it make you sound? Try some Zadgel. Not sure how many titles have been translated. Thank you very much, Mickey. I'm always open for suggestions. Whenever we do our normal wee sci-fi program, this is our book club thing. Which kind of takes up a bit of our time. We're into sci-fi from everywhere. From all over the world, and interestingly enough, trying to find stuff like that. You'll might get this, Mickey, is that I come from a culture that doesn't produce science fiction, which is probably the reason behind my interest in it, I think. But thank you very much. Always open to stuff, yeah. And we try to find plenty of recommendations for you guys here as well. So thank you. Yeah, translations, there's some interesting stuff landing through translation these days that's kind of old science fiction, And goodness, I have a bit. What's it I'm reading? Mishima. Some of his stuff has appeared, a science fiction book by Mishima, which is from I suppose from the time of nuclear scares and stuff like that. The big, sort of that kind of late. So I don't know what it'd be, 70s, 80s possibly era, but it's just been available in translation for a couple of years, and I think it's the same with some of the Strugatsky brothers stuff, because I couldn't get it when I was a kid at all. But a lot of it's landed, I think, so which is good, I said, yeah, it'd be interesting. I'm not too sure how many other I've got. I don't really know much about Russian writers post-Soviet era, for example, but science fiction writers of the Soviet era, I've got a few wee bits and pieces on and stuff, and have wee collections of short stories and books, and I quite like it. It's got a very different paradigm to American science fiction. It's a very different to the engineer paradigm that America presents in the early Soviet stuff. It's very interesting. Stuff like that makes you start thinking about Star Trek. Interesting enough, it's a very communist society, Star Trek, isn't it? Well, the original one. Let's see. So perhaps you have no choice, Leto said. This is about sharing the visions. You're the Phil Hakwika, the reality. You're Abu-Dur, father of the infinite roads of time. It's your problem. You created it all. I'm no more than bait in a trap. Let's see. Is that where I caught up to? Yes, indeed. The teacher said, and his voice was bitter. And Alia already has eaten that bait, Leto said, but I don't like its taste. So what we get from that statement is Paul is the bait. Who's he the bait for? It's Alia. And she's bitten the bait. Leto says, I don't like its taste. You cannot do this, the preacher hissed. I've already done it. My skin is not my own. It's too late. And of course, Paul says here, perhaps it's not too late for you to. It's too late. Leto bent his head to one side. He could hear Assan Tariq trudging up the dune slope towards them, coming to the sound of their voices. Greetings, Assan Tariq of Shulak, Leto said. The youth stopped just below Leto on the slope, a dark shadow there in the starlight. So as we go through this here, there are provocations here from Leto. First of all, a reminder that you're from Shulak. And it's the way that they look at you cannot do this. You cannot do this. So we're going to get this again. Yes, Leto said, I'm the one. Right, so I'll just read that again. The youth, greetings, Assan Tariq of Shulak, Leto said. The youth stopped just below Leto on the slope, a dark shadow there in the starlight. There was indecision in the set of his shoulders, the way he tipped his head. Yes, Leto said, I'm the one who escaped Shulak. And I've written next this in my wee book here. I've got a whole bunch of them here. Just there. Provocation. He's provoking them. And Paul's trying to prevent this, I think. When I heard the preacher began, and again, you cannot do this. I'm doing it. What matter if you're made blind once more? And again, it's not a literal blindness. This is the loss of his future visions that he seems to have said he doesn't use anyway. You think I fear that? The preacher asked. Do you not see the fine guide they have provided for me? I see him. Again, Leto faced Tariq. Didn't you hear me, Assan? I'm the one who escaped Shulak. Again, I've written next this provocation. You're a demon, the youth quavered. You're a demon, Leto said. But you are my demon. And Leto felt the tension grow between himself and his father. It was a shadowy play all around them, a projection of unconscious forms, and Leto felt the memories of his father, a form of backward prophecy, which sorted visions from the familiar reality of this moment. That's kind of what I was thinking about the previous epigraph in relation to the different threads from the past into the future. Tariq sensed it, this battle of the visions. He slid several paces backward down the slope. You cannot control the future, the preacher whispered, and the sound of his voice filled with effort as though he lifted a great weight. I think we get a wee bit of acceleration here within this part of the chapter. It's heading towards something. It's the denial. You cannot do this. You don't do this. This kind of thing. It's too late. And the provocation of Assan Tariq here is he might as well be going, telling him, rude things about his mum or something. He's absolutely provoking him to get him to attack here. It's me. I'm that one. In other words, he's got orders. Assan Tariq has orders relating to Leto. It's what we said about ignorance and knowledge earlier. In his ignorance, he might not have acted this way, but Leto's making sure. Very much so. I think that Leto is directing Assan Tariq's actions here by provoking him. He's pushing his buttons. And we get this term, the Battle of the Visions, which I consider a bit like an Aristeia here. Ladies, sorry about that, folks. This is the doghouse, and we got doggies, and they're barking. Woof, woof. So Tariq sensed at this battle of the visions. He slid several paces backward down the slope. You cannot control the future, the preacher whispered, and the sound of his voice was filled with effort, as though he lifted a great weight. But he's certainly tried himself, hasn't he? Leto felt the dissonance between them then. It was an element of the universe with which his entire life grappled. Either he or his father would be forced to act soon. Making a decision by that act, choosing a vision. So either one of them's got to do something shortly. That action sets forth a vision. And his father was right. Trying for some ultimate control of the universe, you only built weapons with which the universe eventually defeated you. That's pretty much, I think, a true statement. To choose and manage a vision required you to balance on a single thin thread, playing God on a high tight wire with cosmic solitude on both sides. Neither contestant could retreat into death as surcease from paradox. Each knew the vision and the rules. All of the old illusions were dying. And when one contestant moved, the other might countermove. The only real truth that mattered to them now was that which separated them from the vision backgrounds. There was no place of safety, only a transitory shifting of relationships, marked out within the limits which they now imposed and bound for inevitable changes. Each of them had only a desperate and lonely courage upon which to rely. But Leto possessed two advantages. He had committed himself upon a path from which there was no turning back, and he had accepted the terrible consequences to himself. His father still hoped there was a way back and had made no final commitment. So the differences, I suppose, in them, what Carlos was saying earlier about the visions, is it perhaps like what I got the sense of here? The truth that mattered to them now was that which separated them from the vision background. So it's like maybe you can see a place, but the details are just slightly different. I don't know, but the two advantages we're told that Leto has over his father are simply that he's committed to something, a course that he can't turn back on. So no matter what, he's got to commit to it. He must drive forward. And the second thing is that he's accepted those consequences of what he's done to himself. Interestingly enough, we'll get a point made here, but will he have accepted the consequences of the change to himself to other people? Because there will be consequences to pretty much everybody in this universe for the choices he makes here. His father still hoped there's a way back and had made no final commitment. He's not committed, and Paul is still trying to control to a degree, I suppose, the last elements of his visions, if you like. You must not, the preacher rasped. He sees my advantage, Leto thought. Leto spoke in a conversational tone, masking his own tensions, the balancing effort, this other level contest required. I have no passionate belief in truth, no faith other than what I create, he said. And he felt then a movement between himself and his father, something with something with granular characteristics which touched only Leto's own passionately subjective belief in himself. So granular, just the merest of things. By such belief, he knew that he posted the markers of the golden path. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Someday, such markers could tell others how to be human. A strange gift from a creature who no longer would be human on that day. That's an interesting statement, isn't it? Tell others how to be human would suggest that they're not human. But these markers were always set in place by gamblers. So it's a risk, isn't it, to gamble? Leto felt them scattered throughout the landscape of his inner lives, and feeling this, poised himself for the ultimate gamble. So again, he's been comparing himself, hasn't he, to individuals in his ancestry from history, and making comparisons with himself. This is the same with the gamblers in his ancestry, I suppose. The logic of that kind of makes sense. If, like Leto, you're about to take the ultimate gamble, and you happen to have a store of all the gamblers who've ever existed in history in your ancestry, it'd be worth checking out to see if they know a thing or two. Sootpot, there's Sootpot. Hello, Sootpot. Long time no see. Excellent to see you, sir. If Paul no longer goes to the future for his visions, where does he go? Hi, all. Sootpot says, hi, good to see you, Sootpot. I'm going to run with this, Sootpot. I don't think he's telling the truth. And there's still some kind of vision in play here. Hence, as I said, when Paul met Leto, if you like, but this bit of the book I've called the Battle of the Visions. So regardless of where, well, again, it could be some kind of past memory, future memory. If he know how does oh God, Sootpot, how do I explain it? If he no longer goes to the future for his visions, but if he's been there before, then he has their memories of his past visions of the future. Does that make sense? So I would say his memory, I think. Mickey's saying, I got my hands on Annihilation. It was all right. First two books were entertaining. Kind of got bored afterwards. What do you think about Annihilation? It was an all right movie. I haven't read the book. I've seen the film. I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was very good. Yeah, I watched it not that long ago, actually. Check out Philip K. Dick, Opinion on Lem. That was crazy. He thought it was some grand comic conspiracy. I was chatting to my wife about Philip K. Dick a wee while back. We were talking about some of the things he says on how articulate and very intelligent he is, etc., etc. And I was also pointing out he's a massive drug addict and has serious mental problems. So I would take anything that Philip K. Dick says with a pinch of salt. I think, to be honest with you. And I'm a huge fan of him. Big fan of Philip K. Dick. My favorite Philip K. Dick novel is probably Ubik, but after that, there's a book called Galactic Pot Healer, which I adore. Absolutely love it. It's very funny. It's kind of cosmic horror comedy almost. It wouldn't be out of place in a Cthulhu mythos, to be honest with you. Bojack is saying, I just finished Absolution. I like all four of the Southern Reach books quite a lot. Right, I haven't read those. Is this what? Bear with me a second. Always on the lookout for. I'm reading some old stuff at the moment. I see. Oh, I like those covers. Right, so I didn't realize there was a series. Interesting. Let's have a wee look. Southern Reach series is a series of novels by American author Jeff Vandermeer. So Annihilation is the first one of those. Authority, Acceptance, and Absolution. The series takes its name from the secret agency that's central to the plot. Wrote the rights to the series. Film adaptation was Alex Garland as writer-director. Alex Garland's generally pretty good. He did Dread, didn't he? He was involved with that. Absolution was released on the 22nd of October 2024, so it's had a recent print. So it's been running for over 10 years. Creepy and fascinating. I did like the film. I thought, yeah. I said, no, in fact, I've seen it twice. I watched it recently again, and I did enjoy it. Yeah, no, I've not read the books. Always good to get new stuff. Thank you. And Bojack Sen just finds that Absolution, like all four of the Southern Reach books, quite a lot. There you go, his recommendation. So they said, remember from chapter 12 that Tariq murdered several. Yes, indeed. It's not a sort of thing I would forget about a character. Yes, indeed. Remember from chapter 12 that Tariq murdered several men and their spirits were given to him to guard him. Leader's discussion of who is not a demon challenges Tariq's own cosmology. Very good, Cynthia. So, afterlife slavery. How orgy makes the Fremen so complicated. It does. And it's essentially the abomination problem in microcosm, isn't it? The orgy basically, we're told that they basically assume the personality of an ancestor and have sex as that person. Collectively, the Fremen the next day just pretend it didn't happen. Really, it's just ignore it. It kind of shows you, I suppose, some of more of the influences on Dune that are in things like the Matrix as well. You imagine you could artificially create human organs like liver for alcoholics or lingo for smokers, new brain cells for Alzheimer patients. People shit on cloning of Dolly sheep. I see future. I've got a book called Dolly. I actually, yeah. Yeah, I dig you, shit, but it's just. Yeah, I think Dick was not really that sick, not schizo for sure, just extremely introverted, extroverted, 60s and 70s. Yeah. Always, but he's definitely a druggie. He's a big druggie. I don't know if it wasn't for the fact that he was writing, the very particular science fiction. You could have almost thrown him under the beatniks in terms of what sort of stuff they'd shove up their nose and that kind of thing, But yeah, I don't know the Pink Light episode and stuff like that. There's definitely something not right in the brain, but I think he did a lot of damage to it. And but at the same time, there's a lot of people like that can hold it together quite well. But not saying that he's sick, but I don't think that Philip K. Dick's reality was real, if you see what I mean. But he's a fascinating person. Let me see, what can we recommend on Philip K. Dick very quickly. I've got another biography of him here, which I haven't read yet. It was a gift because someone just. My wife bought me it, but I don't need to know it. Of course, it's the very good biography of Philip K. Dick's called The Divine Invasions. Not to be confused with the novel The Divine Invasion. That's probably the best biography. I'm Alive and You're Dead is the other one I got recently, which I haven't read. I flipped through it. But The Divine Invasions is a very, very good life biography of Philip K. Dick. But yeah, I think he's great, as I said. But reality is. If you think of the Ubik analogy, reality breaks down in Philip K. Dick's mind about 60% of the time. I think that's a good way of putting it. PKD, yes, indeed. So here we go. The markers of the golden path, the ultimate gamble. This kind of vision battle that's going on. It makes you think of those kind of psychic battles you used to see on TV and the kind of all those kind of martial art movies and stuff like that. And we get quite a lot of that actually. Those kind of almost psychic battles, if you like. But yeah, this is the battle of the visions. Yeah, interesting. Just a little thing about how tell others how to be human. A strange gift from a creature who no longer would be human on that day. It made me think. Is that to do with the face dancers? perhaps. I don't know, but also in the sense that I still think a lot of people in this universe aren't human, in the proper sense. So softly he sniffed the air, seeking the signal which both he and his father knew must come. One question remained: would his father warn the terrified young guide who waited below them? So this is the signal for the beginning of it all. Whatever the thing that they're waiting for. I've kind of wondered which is it? Is it the smell of the ozone that starts this thing here? Remember that Leto has been, I think, actively. I've been writing provocation, each time provoking this young man. And this is the result. I think it's to create a reality, if you like, to make sure that one future happens that leads to the next. Would his father warn the young guide who waited below them? I think we're going to get our answers quite funny. Presently, Leto sensed ozone in his nostrils, the betraying odor of a shield. True to his orders from the cast out, young Tariq was trying to kill both of these dangerous Atreides, not knowing the horrors which this would precipitate. And I've written next to that, I wonder what they are. So if both of these young men are dead, what the suggestion is that everything's going to be pretty bad. Don't. Oh, sorry, I'll do that again. This is it. This is the protestation. I wonder will he warn him, I suppose, but it's don't. The preacher whispered. But Leto knew the signal was a true one. He sensed ozone, but there was no tingling in the air around them. Tariq used a pseudo-shield in the desert, a weapon developed exclusively for Arrakis. The Holtzman effect would summon a worm while it maddened that worm. Nothing would stop such a worm, not water, not the presence of sand trout, nothing. Yes, the youth had planted the device in the dune slope and was beginning to edge away from the danger zone. So very interestingly, a pseudo-shield, this is a weapon evolution, technological evolution within the Dune universe. We've had half shields before. This is a weapon designed for use on Arrakis. It's a shield that you can just use as a weapon, basically. The fact that it will attract worms and just all over whoever's near it. I think that's the idea. There's lots of things that you can do with the various technologies in Dune. Very interestingly, the personal shield. I think I was talking about a wee while back. I was saying that I think a man catcher would be a very good weapon against that. I saw a video the other day of how a modern man catcher, a Japanese weapon, martial arts weapon, has been employed now to catch nutters, basically. A modern day version of it that just wraps around the person and you've got them on a pole. Do what you like, pretty much, Oh, I'll just catch up because with your comments before we pile on into this. Simply saying the markers for the golden path scattered throughout different of Leto's past lives suggest that he has selected what is human from his own past. He trusts himself to decide this, unlike Paul, in my honest opinion. Mickey says, there was some interview with him when he clearly said he claimed he took LSD back then because it simply was a popular thing to do and it sold book. He was more into on uppers like amphetamines. Yes, he did not. Sorry. Yeah. Oh no, drugs are drugs. Yeah. All drugs like that will mess with your head. Oh no, yeah. It's not that kind of thing, He took it because it was simply a popular thing to do and sell books. It changes you. June, Mickey says, June, I gave up in the middle of June Heretics. I simply started forgetting who were who. Well, stick with us, Mickey. The whole point of this is these book clubs is we're doing it chapter by chapter. We do have a big change of characters after. We get a big shift in the next book where we go to God Emperor, which is a jump of about 3,500 years, and then Chapter House and Heretics is another big jump, isn't it? It's that's kind of what we're doing here. I suppose we're trying to explain it all, try and keep it simple, and read it as we go, and try and make sense of it because there's quite a lot that can be tricky to figure out with these books, he trusts himself, as they say. Yeah, trust and belief in himself, I think, are quite important here. So just, I wanted to point out just that we have an example of a piece of technology. We're going to get a lot of this within the Dune series. um, so it's Dune series, fundamentally, as far as I'm concerned, the main thing it's about is evolution. We'll point this out in a wee minute or two when we get a quote from Leto on this topic. But it's not just human evolution, it's machine evolution as well. And that's the whole point of Butler's book and Erewhon and the Butlerian Jihad and everything. And I suppose within these books, the cyclical nature of history is a part of it too, you know. Mickey saying, I still am a bigger fan of Lynch's movie than these new ones. I think it was wasted potential. Yes, well, I don't know. I think we have some people here who like it, Mickey. I myself am not a fan. I think that the tendency is that a lot of people prefer the Lynch movie. And there, even the Redux cut of it, which is on YouTube. No, I think, simply put, Lynch's film is just far too iconic. Really is. It's my first introduction to the Dune series, by the way, was the David Lynch film. It's not the books. Interestingly enough. Pardon me. Leto, here we go. So the youth had planted the device in the dune slope and was beginning to edge away from the danger zone. So he's planted this shield basically as like a giant worm summoning bomb. And here we get the brief end of Assan Tariq. Leto launched himself off the dune slope, hearing his father scream in protest. But the awful, I suppose there's a scream. Would he give him a warning or not? But the awful impetus of Leto's amplified muscles threw his body like a missile. One outflung hand caught the neck of Tariq's stillsuit. The other slapped around to grip the doomed youth's robe at the waist. There came a single snap as the neck broke. That's the end of Assan Tariq. Leto rolled, lifting his body like a finely balanced instrument, which dove directly into the sand where the pseudo-shield had been hidden. Fingers found the thing, and he had it out of the sand, throwing it in a looping arc far out to the south of them. Presently, there came a great hissing, thrashing din out of the desert where the pseudo-shield had gone. Pardon me. It subsided and silence returned. I started getting to wonder with all of these farting oxygen machine, you know, the whole internal factory of the worms, what would actually happen to a shield inside its belly, if you like. What's going on down there? And swallowing I actually got the sense that swallowing a shield would drive it nuts even more. Pardon me. Carlos said, Mickey, he completely ruined it. Well, yes, he did. Well, sorry, Carlos said, Mickey, he completely ruined the character of Chani. He did indeed. I think he ruined a lot more characters than that. And I think he just, I don't know what the hell he did to the Baron, and Piter is a waste. But yeah, it's character assassination is a very good phrase to put towards Denis Villeneuve's Dune movies. Like you said, I kind of think he have a catch of disease of every popularity kept going on because somebody was expecting him to. Same with Foundation by Asimov. Yeah, Mickey, pretty much certain that he'd one more to go and that he was done with the Dune series. I think that's the big problem for a lot of us, is the way the books are set up, that there's one more to go, and unfortunately Frank Herbert died before he got it done. And I think he would have done other things. He was certainly working on other stuff. It is one of the big things. It's also one of the reasons, because why we're looking at these books like this, is that there are some big mysteries in the Dune series, and it ends on a cliffhanger. And you're absolutely right. By the way, there's money on it. And if you're a writer, it pays the bills. But the original 6, I think, are pretty good, and there is a sense of where it was going, if you see what I mean. and it is linked into the first three. So the original 6 Dune books I think are good, and I like to consider that there's 7 of them, and we never got the last one. This is the last book of the first Dune trilogy, but you can also consider them like 3 duologies, or a trilogy, a bridging book, a liminal book, and another trilogy, if you like. But they actually overlap. So this book is the first book with Leto II as a hero in it, but he's also going to be the hero in the next book. Previous 2 books are kind of Paul's books, if you like. And then the 2 after shift to the Bene Gesserit. Same with the Foundation by Asimov. I've only read the original 3. And again, I've got the others there, and I kind of don't. And it is the author, and Asimov's, pretty good at expanding his own stuff. I don't like it when someone else does it. Put it that way. Cynthia, do you think Paul knew about this weapon, and with his masters at Jakurutu, wanted Tariq to take him out along with Lee? Well, the question actually, I've asked it myself somewhere in this chapter. And it's actually a question of combining all of your questions. I've written it here. Would you stay or here or return that? But I might as well write it back here a bit further. I've written, is this all theatre? All of it, the whole chapter. Because of exactly your point, what Soup Pop was saying, what Carlos was saying, all the different little aspects of the prescience that we're kind of questioning is simply put, do both of these men know step for step, word for word, action for action, what's going to happen here? For example, in order to break Tariq's neck here, that's what Leto's doing. As much as I've met my father, unusual amount of focus on this young guide here, isn't there? And his speeches to this young guy, absolute provoking him. Greetings, Assan Tariq of Shurok. Yes, I'm the one who escaped Shurok. I'm doing it. What matter if you made it blind once more? I see. Where are we? Sorry, I see him. Didn't you hear me, Assan? I'm the one who escaped Shurok. You're a demon. You're a demon. All of that back and forth. Is it's provocation to get this action to happen. It makes Tariq put the shield in, and all of this follows. And this is Tariq's death, therefore. So I've got a couple of questions for you guys, for you folks out there. Well, see what you think, Cynthia. The rest of you. What is the signal? Is it that I smell ozone? That's the marker that I start acting and doing such and such to get the markers down to make X, Y, and Z happen to create the golden path? Or is it, and more importantly, by the way, just as we always do within this, there you go. There's Assan's little skull. Everybody gets one. There we go. Broken neck, Assan Tariq killed by Leto II. Sorry, sometimes it will focus and sometimes it won't. So so is it the signal which both he and his father knew must come? So they know it's coming. As soon as this happens, this happens. How would I put it? And no, don't says Paul's don't is a whisper, isn't it? Don't. It almost sounds like a weak no, don't stop, please don't do that. Like almost insincere, I think. I don't think it is, but it's almost. But these events, everything. Now, what I was wondering is the signal? Is it the smell of the ozone which, or is it Assan Tariq's death? Can we consider him some kind of sacrifice? Almost in a kind of Tanistry type way or something, with his kind of attitudes and the way both him and Sabiha have been kind of promoted in a funny kind of way. They make interesting mirrors, don't they, against Leto and Ganima? But yeah, it's. Do we think we know about this weapon? That's it. So, if they both have visions, they're waiting for this to happen. First of all, that makes Paul out to be a liar, I think, unless it is some kind of memory vision, if you like, that he's not having a vision, but he's had a vision of it before in the past, and he therefore has the memory of the future event. It starts to mess with our heads, doesn't it? But I think both of them are aware, and they know exactly what's going to happen. The thing you can't do is don't do this, blah blah blah. blah I think is please, I think it's part of your don't kill Assan Tariq, possibly from Paul. But it's a really good question because it's a very problematic thing in this story, isn't it? I think they're both aware. I think, and I've said to you, I want to know your opinion in this chapter. I think both Paul and Leto were being dishonest, to a degree, not completely, but in the right places. I think. But I think they're both well aware of what would happen if Leto speaks to Tariq like this. Therefore, they must know about the shield. Therefore, they know what's going to happen. Therefore, you're going to break his neck. And therefore, me and my dad can sit and have a polite chat after that. I think is that Assan Tariq is out of the way. And as I said, I wrote earlier, he's a mad, murderous little shit, is my description of Assan Tariq. Just my opinion. But yes, as we pointed out previously, he's murdering people and kind of trying to attach their spirits to him and stuff, and a bit crazy. The superstitions of Jacurutu, etc. So that's Assan Tariq dead with a broken neck. Leto gets the shield, throws it out into the desert, and then the worm comes, munches away, and off it goes. Leto looked up to the top of the dune where his father stood, still defiant, but defeated. That was Paul Muad'Dib up there, blind, angry, near despair as a consequence of his flight from the vision which Leto had accepted. Paul's mind would be reflecting now upon the Zen Sunni long koan. In the one act of predicting an accurate future, Muad'Dib introduced an element of development and growth into the very prescience through which he saw human existence. By this, he brought uncertainty onto himself. Seeking the absolute of orderly prediction, he amplified distorted prediction. Koans. I must get a book of koans. I teach a lot of poetry and stuff. I suppose I don't have any books on haiku either, but I know what they are. But it would just be nice. I was thinking that I must get a nice wee book of haiku sometime, some famous one. But a lot of the poetry sort of traditions I have, apart from a couple of Chinese poets and stuff, I quite like that kind of thing. What was the one? What was it? Well, what was it? The couple of poems I think I've gone on about seem to be similar to Cole's, but they're actual poems. But the likes of like Poe and Tu Fu, I've told you a few of them before. About going to the mountain to see the wise man and him not being there, and you learned many things. This kind of thing. Koans are kind of aren't they supposed to be like a little? Let me have a look. Contemplative, or how would you put it? Are they paradoxical? Let's see. Koan. Paradoxical. Yes, they are. Paradoxical anecdote or riddle without a solution, used in Zen Buddhism to demonstrate the inadequacy of logical reasoning and provoke enlightenment. Let's see. Examples. Right. Dog. Here we go. Here's a couple of examples. What's that one? Monk asked Chao Chu, does a dog have Buddha nature or does he not have Buddha nature? Chao Chu said, woo. That's maybe means something completely different in English. Zazu's referred as Chao Chu and pronounced Joshu in Japanese. Wu appears as mu in Japanese, meaning no, not, non-being, or without. Is a fragment of case number 1 of the Wuming Guan. However, another koan presents a longer version, which Zhaozu answered yes in response to the same question asked by a different monk. See case down. Oh, there's one. There you go. 2 hands clap when there is a sound. What is the sound of one hand? That's one I know. What's the sound of one hand clapping? That's easy. That's it. I don't know. Sometimes you need just a different way of looking at things. Killing if you meet the Buddha, kill him. There you go. Some famous koans. Oh, Frank's here. Just scroll down. Here you go. Where's this? Douglas, scrolling down here. This is just the entry on cones in Wikipedia. I didn't see this before. Douglas Hofstadter's 1970 book, Gödel, Escher, Bach, An Internal Golden Braid, discusses Zen koans in relation to paradoxical questions and perceiving reality outside of one's experience. Inspired by Zen teachings, including koans, Frank Herbert wrote on the subject of the paradoxical elements of his Dune series. Here we go. Oh, we've quoted this bit before, part of it anyway. What especially pleases me is to see the interwoven themes, the fugue-like relationships of images that exactly replay the way Dune took shape. As in an Escher lithograph, I involve myself with recurrent themes that turn into paradox. It's like a koan, a Zen mind breaker. There you go. There's a source of that's Web 9. That's from Dune Genesis, which we've got sitting here. There you go. That's a interesting little coincidence. Cones. So Cynthia's question: do you think Paul knew about this weapon and with his masters Jackie wanted to take it out along with Leto? The answer is yes, I do. Mickey says, have you ever seen Swedish movie Anara? I don't think so. It's based on poem, I guess, but movie is quite good. No, I don't think so. No, seen some Ingmar Bergman films and stuff. Something said before Tariq's attack can happen, Leto and Paul must finish their contest. I think Leto knows his vision has prevailed. He's ready for the attack. It does seem quite choreographed, though. Yeah, it's theatre. That's the word. It's staged, isn't it? They're in collusion. I believe so, Sootpot. Yes, Sootpot's asking, are they in collusion? I believe so. Or at the very least, that certain events are moving forward that they have seen and that they're playing their part in them because they have to happen. But I don't see, I don't know. It's a bit like somebody put there was a cars. Can they interpret different event? Can they interpret the same event differently? All things being relative, I think that's a part of it too. But I kind of got I kind of got the closer we got to Tariq's death, the more subdued the preacher's protests became. To the last one is don't, and it's a whisper, don't. It's like, no, please stop, don't. It's one of the just I don't know. Yeah, in relation to the shield, Tariq used a pseudo-shield in the desert, a weapon developed exclusively for Arrakis. We get that from our narrator. I wrote next to that, when and by whom. And of course, attack evolution as well, shift in the use of a change. Interestingly enough, because the shield is a defensive weapon, I think it's a ridiculously stupid weapon. But here it's a defensive thing. It's a piece of armor, isn't it? But in that sense, here it's been repurposed as a weapon, which is one thing I wanted to point out. Pardon me. So Tariq's death seems like a fixed point in time necessary for the evolution of the golden path. Yes, and that's what I was kind of going with. Is that the signal? Boom! Once he's dead, that's it. We're on the go. The markers are down. All sorts of possible. It's possible that Tariq could kill both of them here. We're told this because we're told that the consequences are, oh my God, so much more worse. I don't really know for who. But yeah, it's and as I said, we're going to get a few things yet to go for this chapter that make me have doubts about both of these men. In fact, I'll say it out loud now. Leto is actively lying in this chapter. That's one. The question is, I think Paul is too, and I think he gives himself away. We'll see about it. Mm. For one of those reasons I really like this chapter its characterization here is absolutely cracking, I think, especially when we consider the nature of these two characters. And now that Assan Tariq's out the way, as if we consider him almost like a sacrifice to make things begin. He is a child after all. Again, it's another kind of who are we thinking on? Iphigenia kind of moment, isn't it? Before this can happen, this kid needs to die before Paul can lead his armies out against the Emperor. Leto II has to die. For all of this to go to start with, for Leto I has to die. People are sacrificed, for things to happen within these books. So that was our long koan, and the act of prediction, accurate future. Basically, the paradox of it was that in seeking an absolute orderly prediction, you end up with amplified distorted prediction. Returning to the dune top in a single leap, Leto said, "Now I am your guide." "Never! Would you go back to Sherlock, even if they'd welcome you when you arrive, without Tariq? Where has Sherlock gone now? Do your eyes see it?" Paul confronted his son then, aiming the eyeless sockets at Leto. "Do you really know the universe you have created here?" Just before we go on with that, I think, as far as I'm concerned, we got a suggestion that Sherlock's been destroyed by Alia in the previous chapter. Isn't that right? I think so. I think I missed a few comments there before I started reading, so I'll jump back and then pile on with the story. But Carlos was saying Tariq's death seemed like a fixed point in time necessary for the evolution of the golden path. It's isn't it how to put the signal which both he and his father knew must come. But the movie Aniara is great. There's a comedy spoof of it called Avenue 5. It's an HBO series. Mickey said I need to check it out. Ever saw a movie Coherence? I don't think so. Got your Tariqs all over. Logjam. Let me see. Right. I'm going to scribble that down. I haven't seen Aniara. I've been watching a whole load of really bad B movies over the last week, mainly because of just the weather, and because I've been doing these notes, so I didn't want anything to. They've been awful. Some really just, but I've enjoyed them anyway, but they've just been bad. But I've been considering how old movies that are like made we're talking budgets of like £7,000 or £8,000, and these bad films are more enjoyable to me than anything that's coming out in the cinema these days. Pardon me. And Coherence, I don't think so. I'm a bit of a movie buff, but I'll tell you what, I don't know. Maybe it's for a wee while, but the last 10 years, the cinema hasn't been that great for me, I think. Haven't enjoyed it. Cynthia saying, Tariq's a log jam, says Super. Cynthia said, if Leto and Paul are taken out, Alia Barn will rule the empire. Ganima is still under hypnosis, so it'll be hard pressed to pick up the pieces of the golden path. Making Baron Harcombe is the best character. Yeah, in the Dune in the movies, he's just defanged and a fat mumbling guy who eats. He's not the Baron at all. Definitely Denny Villeneuve, I think, is the worst portrayal of the Baron Harkonnen by far. And we'll have to see him again, won't we, in his next movie? So yes, indeed. If Leto and Paul are taking out things, what is the status quo? The status quo is that Alia and the Baron are in charge, and that Farad'n's there, isn't he, on his way? And she'll either marry Farad'n and kill Ganima, or basically allow Farad'n to marry Ganima and manipulate and control the whole thing. Who knows? More than likely, I think Ganima and Farad'n would end up dead eventually. Carlos is saying, Cynthia, a good point, since she only recovered her memories when she saw Leto again. Yeah. So the fact is, if he doesn't come back, would you think possibly they might you'd think they might have had some kind of contingency just in case he didn't come back. But again, he's possibly seen that. Herbert have chosen his name by randomly picking some Finnish surname from the phone book. That's correct. Harkon, yes. Chosen to sound a bit Soviet, wasn't it? And Vladimir. We can also tell you, Mickey, that the Baron Harkonnen is based, the main character that he's based on is Laius, who's the father of Oedipus from Greek mythology. Which is why he has the characteristics that he does, I suppose. Keep it out. Going to be making a video about that soon. Well, it's on its way. Put it that way. When we get our time done. Right. So, okay, that's us caught up with the comments. On we go, folks. Big chapter. We're about halfway through, I think, aren't we? Oh goodness. Memory guide. Never would you leave. Would you go back to Sherlock even if they'd welcome you when you arrive? Without Tariq, where has Sherlock gone now? Do your eyes see it? So I think it's destroyed at this point, or Alia has attacked it. Paul confronted his son, naming the eyeless sockets of Leto. Do you really know the universe you have created? So Leto heard the particular emphasis. The vision which both of them knew had been set into terrible motion had required an act of creation at a certain point in time. Just what was it Carlos was saying there a moment ago. Creation at a certain point in time. For that, so what is that act of creation? Is it to kill Assan Tariq? For that moment, the entire sentient universe shared a linear view of time, which possessed characteristics of orderly progression. They entered this time as they might step onto a moving vehicle, and they could only leave it in the same way, I suppose, by stepping off. So at this point, whatever act of creation that they're talking about here, I think is actually an act of death. It's an act of murder. Or so, not murder, it's a killing of, no, it probably is murder actually, but he deserves it. Killing of Assan Tariq. But it creates a single thread that's going forward. And yet at the same time, there's going to be multiple threads. But for one moment, how is it put? An act of creation at a certain point. For that moment in time, the entire sentient universe shared a linear view of time which possessed characteristics of orderly progression. They entered this time as they might step onto a moving vehicle, and they could only leave it the same way. Against this, Leto held the multi-thread, Rains balanced in his own vision-lighted view of time as multilinear and multi-looped. He was the sighted man in the universe of the blind. Only he could scatter the orderly rationale because his father no longer held the reins. In Leto's view, a son had altered the past, and a thought as yet undreamed in the farthest future could reflect upon the now and move his hand. So the multi-threaded reins, I suppose, for that one moment, there is one path, if you like, one thread for the whole universe. And now that one thread, Paul and Leto are hopping onto that, and Leto's got it by the reins, if you like. Multi-threaded reins is the metaphor we're getting here. Balanced in his own vision-lighted view of time as multi-linear, so multiple lines, and multi-looped. And I'm considering that that's probably things like time loops and things like that. Especially with the obsession, I suppose, within these books of paradox, this kind of thing, and events recurring and occurring. That's what I took that to mean anyway. He was the sighted man in the universe of the blind, but in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Only he could scatter the orderly rationale because his father no longer held the reins. So then I'll just think of they step onto a cart, the two of them, but Leto's just taking the reins, and he's the only one. He's driving that cart from now on. Paul, in a sense, from here on in, is a passenger. Would that make sense? In Leto's view, a sun had altered the past, and a thought as yet undreamed in the farthest future could reflect upon the now and move his hand. Only his hand. And that the hand, of course, in the Dune series fundamentally is agency, is power. Especially with Paul's sigil, wasn't it? Was the fish with the fist over the fist, wasn't it? So only his hand. That's it. Only he's got the reins now. Paul knew this because he no longer could see how Leto might manipulate the reins, could only recognize the inhuman consequences which Leto had accepted. And he thought, here is the change for which I prayed. Why do I fear it? Because it's the golden path. I'm here to give purpose to evolution and, therefore, to give purpose to our lives, Leto said. So that's a hugely important statement, I think. I've scribbled evolution down here at the bottom. Whenever I was doing my videos on the God Emperor, his personality, two different videos. I suppose one from the chapter on the hero, the others from the chapter on evolution. But when you go to get really good quotes from the God Emperor, this is the chap. Half of them would be in this chapter here. That is prior to God Emperor of Dune. And the other ones will be the conversation that he has with Farad'n at the end. The whole no. Northern Irish people are very good at saying the word no. But I just enjoy reading it, and in my accent it sounds quite good. But I'm here to give purpose to evolution, and therefore to give purpose to our lives. So evolution is the dominant theme that goes through all 6 of the Dune books, and is really what the series is about, to be honest with you. It's more important than the dangerous hero theme, and it's more important than the ecological theme, anyway, in the fact that it does run through all 6 books. And it's really strong in all 6 books, whereas those other themes disappear. You know. Soup was saying interesting. Aniar is a small budget. This is Mickey saying Aniar is a small budget movie, but you're gonna appreciate they filmed it in empty underground garage so actors could feel into the void, practice acting, etc. Very good. I like stuff like that. Yeah. Cindy saying, Doc, would you compare Tariq to Iphigenia? I think, didn't I was having a chat there, even as you did when Paul waited for news of his son's death before attacking Arrakis in June. I would, yeah. Yeah, it's a youth. This signal, if this is all the past, surely there could be a way before the golden path could happen without the murder of Assan Tariq. But it seems that for it to happen, he must die. If we go with the Atreides thing, yeah, the one I always leave out is Astanaex, isn't it? The son of Hector. There's a child murdered for the Trojan War to begin. The one I always forget about, Cynthia, is the child that's murdered at its end. Is the child of Hector is thrown from the walls of Troy, isn't it? Isn't he? Sorry. I'm so bad at remembering his name, you know. I'm usually really good. Did I get it right? Let me see. I'm really good with Greek names, but I'm rubbish with his. Astyanax. That's it. I used to call him Astyanax. Astyanax. That's it. I gotta say it. I gotta get that in my head. Astyanax is the son of Hector, a Greek legend prince who was the son of the Trojan prince Hector and his wife Andromache. Hector named him Scamandrius after the river Scamander near Troy. Yes, indeed. I forgot about that too. That's a much easier name to pronounce. The Trojans named him Astyanax, sorry, which is Lord of the City, as the son of Troy's greatest warrior. Pardon me. There's quite a bit on Astyanax there, sorry. general version, killed the Greeks debate what to do with him, and let the child live and he'll avenge his father and all this kind of thing. So he's killed by Neoptolemus, also called Piracy, through the infant from the walls, as predicted by Andromache in the Iliad. Another version, it's Odysseus that kills him. Ovid's Metamorphosis, the child is thrown from the walls by the Greek victors, and Euripides, the Trojan women. The herald Talthybius reveals to Andromache that Odysseus has convinced the council to have the child thrown from the walls, and the child is in this way killed. Seneca's version of the Trojan women, the prophet Calchas declares that Assan Tariq must be thrown from the walls. If the Greek fleet is to be allowed favourable winds, but once led to the tower, the child himself leaps off the walls. There we go. That's a kind of mirror of for Hector's mother Hecuba. Astyanax was the only hope and consolation in his death's announcement. It was a terrible climax of the catastrophe. So yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd mention him there. We often forget about him. The Trojan War is bookended by the murder of 2 children. So just in terms of so that yes, it's we get the repetition of motifs a lot, I think, within this. But before this can go forward, Assan Tariq must die. As I said again, both him and Sabiha, I suppose, looking at them as kind of mirrors to Leto and Ganymede. They're the Fremen, if you like. These are the rulers, and what kind of things they bring to the party, I suppose. But yeah, it's a good enough comparison, I think. I don't think you can ever, even if it was somebody, it might even be yourself, Cynthia. Somebody at some point pointed out to me that I had always called the character Darway O'Drad whenever I read the Dune series, and somebody had pointed out to me it's meant to be O'Dradi, isn't it? And it's meant to be like a mutation of Atreides. So I don't think we can ever drop the Atreides myth out of the Dune series, wherever we go with it. To be honest with you, and especially just I said I'm going to do some stuff on this very soon. Just I've it planned out here, and I've got to add a name into it today. But I've got a list of I'm going to do a video on who all the characters in Dune are based on, basically as best as I can. But there's quite a bit to it, and we're going to be doing one on the Baron and why he is the way he is. Mickey said, "I like the idea of Mentats human computers." Yeah, real thing, Mickey. We've had a good chat about it. There are human computers. Used to be a profession. So they said, I'm not sure the murder of Astyanax is in Homer, but it's part of Trojan lore. Yes, it is indeed. Like you said, what do you think about Watson Blight's site? I'm glad someone picked Chinese room idea. Chinese room. I don't know what you're talking about, Watson Blight's site. Bear with me. Let's have a look. Blind site. Peter Watts. Don't know it. Let's see. I said, Mickey, we're always happy to get recommendations. There's so much good stuff. It's hard to find good science fiction these days. Blind Side is a hard science fiction novel by Canadian writer Peter Watts. Right, there we go. On the same award for best novel in Japanese translation, where it's published by Tokyo Sogensha. Nominated for Hugo. John blah blah blah. Story follows a crew of astronauts sent to investigate a trans-Neptunian comet dubbed Burns Caulfield that had been found to be transmitting an unidentified radio signal, followed by their subsequent first contact. Novel explores themes of identity, consciousness, free will, artificial intelligence, neurology, and game theory, as well as evolution and biology. It's available under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike license. Excellent. Its sequel or sequel, Echopraxia, came out in 2014. No, I haven't read anything by Peter Watts at all. I'll scribble that one down, getting some stuff tonight. Sounds interesting. I'm all over the place with my reading at the minute, Mickey. That's the thing. I've got so much science fiction to read. Peter Watts. And it's called Blind Sight. Thank you. Yeah. I'll say, Mickey, we'll have to. I'll at some point I'll do a wee tour of my bookcase, I suppose. But I'm a person who's lost a lot of books as well. Got some picking up Chinese room. Chinese room. I like Chinese literature. I'm into the sort of great Chinese novels. I haven't read all of them, but I'm very fond of Journey to the West and The Water Margin, or The Tale of 108 Heroes and One Bad Man, or All Men Are Brothers, as it's also known. But yes, indeed. No, I'm up for all sorts of things. But yeah, Chinese was. I was chatting about Lai Po and Tu Fu earlier, and cones and stuff like that. Lai Po and Tu Fu are a couple of interesting geezers. And if anybody wants to read a wee bit about them in a science fiction context, read Philip Jose Farmer's Riverworld series. That's where I encountered them. They're real people. Got their poems, and their lives were very, very interesting. A pair of geezers, as we would say. But yes, indeed, Chinese literature is pretty good. Japanese literature is excellent. Yeah, got all sorts here. I've got a cluster of quite some sort of new, what are they, the new penguin type sci-fis up here. Got some German, some Argentine. What else? Got some American, etc., etc. Got all sorts. So I'm up for it, you know. Oh, that's not one for. Sorry, my bad. I got my language. No, where's Mickey? Where are you from, Mickey? If you don't mind me asking. If you don't want to say, I don't mind. Carlos is saying, you might disagree, but I think Herbert had evolution wrong. It doesn't move towards any particular goal, but it's all about what helps you survive that particular moment or environment. Well, yeah, I don't agree with a lot of his ideas, actually, to be honest with you. And sometimes I think that some of this is a long con within the story. If you could argue what is the point, but to give purpose to evolution, as we could say, on a looking at it on a short-term scale, if you like, which could even be the entire existence of this planet, doesn't move towards any particular goal. What if it did? I suppose is the question, Carlos. It's a question that's been explored here, and it's a question that's been explored by quite a few sci-fi writers as well, isn't it? Is what we call a Twihardian omega point, if I'm not mistaken. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, French priest. There he is. Now he's an interesting chap. If you ever look at his analysis of Isaac and Abraham, it's quite interesting. Have a look. If anybody's not heard of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, he's a very interesting chap. Let me see. Here we go. The omega point. Right. I suppose ultimately, the omega point is a theorized future event in which the entirety of the universe spirals towards a final point of unification. The term is invented by the French Jesuit Catholic priest Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Teilhard argued that the omega point resembled the Christian Logos, namely Christ, who draws all things into himself, who, in the words of the Nicene Creed, is God from God, light from light, true God from true God, and through him all things are made. In the book of Revelation, Christ describes himself 3 times as the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Several decades after Teilhard's death, the idea of the omega point is expanded upon the writers of John David Garcia, Paolo Soleri, Frank Tipler, and David Deutsch, etc., etc. Have a wee look at that just in terms of evolution. This is his idea. Now, science fiction writers have taken this and run with it, but here we go. According to Teilhard, evolution does not end with mankind, and Earth's biosphere evolved before humans existed. He described evolution as a progression that begins with inanimate matter to a future state of divine consciousness through Earth's hominization. He also maintains that one-cell organisms develop into metazoans or animals, but some of the members of this classification develop organisms with complex nervous systems. This group has the capability to acquire intelligence. When Homo sapiens inhabited Earth through evolution, a new sphere, the cognitive layer of existence, was created. As evolution continues, the new sphere gathers coherence. Teinhardt explained that this noosphere can be moved towards or constructed to be the omega point or the final evolutionary stage with the help of science. Teinhardt refers to this process as planetization. Eventually, the new sphere giant gains total dominance over the biosphere and reaches a point of complete independence from tangential energy, forming a metaphysical being called the omega point. So it's this kind of thing. Um, for anybody who's not too sure, what he's essentially saying is that our evolution as it's developed has come from a point before humans existed on the earth. Now we come along to this point, and where our evolution will go to is in a way something like the World Wide Web. If you want the idea of what the new sphere is, imagine that as imagine like that expanded around the planet as a kind of information neural network entity, and that all humans would start kind of evolving into that, and ultimately you'll end up with a single omega point consciousness, if you like, that is the entire planet. And then you could postulate this and run this out further and take it as far as stars and then get, the whole thing. But that's the kind of ideas that ultimately evolution of life would lead to some kind of final part, if you like, and that all the threads that are running are just in the game, and some will fall. That kind of idea. So it is an idea. I know what you're saying, Carlos. And this is a thing that's popped around with these sci-fi, again, ideas that are around at the time, if you like. We've always got to consider when we're looking at sci-fi books like this, who's thinking what and why, when, But as much as how we might think about it is a particular attitude, and that their particular philosophy from Flyhard to Chardin. It's very much a hardcore part of Hyperion Cantos. Very much so. Very interesting. Yeah, I really need to get new glasses, don't I? Sorry, bear with me a second, folks. So it's not me disagreeing with it. What Herbert thinks of evolution, I don't necessarily agree with him, but this is the kind of, Carlos, and what you're saying, I think this is the idea that he's running with. I also don't think that almost any of Frank's ideas are his own. He's a sci-fi writer who takes other people's things and runs with it, and then tries to disguise it. About Chinese room, it's interesting when it comes to book, I suppose, translation of different languages at soup pot. Mickey says soup pot. Mickey said, I'm Polish, used to live in Brighton for 7 years. No worries, Mickey. Very nice to meet you. Yes, indeed, I certainly know Stanisław Lem. Yes. In fact, it's kind of the one question I'd ask people if I meet somebody from Poland. I would generally go straight there. Have you ever read Stanisław Lem? I'm hoping you've read the Siberiad, by the way, Mickey. And if you haven't, go get yourself a copy. You'll adore it. I think it's his best work. It's so funny, very, very clever, and it's a kind of book that you can give kids, if you see what I mean. And the illustrations are Lem's as well, aren't they? But yes, indeed, Stanisław Lem. Must read more. Where's the time? That's my big problem, Like you say, I'm a big sci-fi fan since I can remember. Soupot's from Glasgow. No, did you mention? So the Carlos thinking that evolution. I'm in Northern Ireland, by the way, Mickey. Carlos thinking that evolution has a direction, or that we can influence that direction, is part of our human desire for an orderly universe. We fear to exist in a place that has no purpose. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? As I've articulated, as the great existential problem is, could somebody please tell me what the hell's going on? Because I have no idea, and I can genuinely tell you that I'm pretty sure nobody else on this earth does either. And if and that's me being as honest about life as I can, I think. Mickey said, I don't know if you're into video games, but there's is that Invincible based on Lem's book? I like my video games. I'm pretty poor, Mickey, so I don't tend to buy new games. I tend to just buy old cheap ones on budget or wait for them to get cheaper. It's more of a walking simulator, really. Really. Yeah, I could recommend All Tomorrow's, but that Turkish artist's name couldn't remember it. It's a cool idea. Ah, All Tomorrow's, yeah. All this stuff. I do a fair wee bit of reading just around sci-fi within the week. You know, recently I suppose with doing the Dune book club, I'm always at the Dune stuff. But recently I've been reminding myself of the joys of science fiction comedy, if you like. So I've kind of been reading the Stainless Steel Rat books again, which I adore. What else in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I'm just generally, I've been thinking actually about comedy's role within science fiction literature itself and science fiction, and certainly we've got more sci-fi TV that's of a comedic nature these days, I think. All Tomorrow's. Oh, I was writing that down wrong. But yeah, I'm a big fan of all things science fiction, Mickey. It's just, I suppose it's one of those things that you just can't absorb it all. What you see behind me is a kind of big bookshelf of a lot of my good stuff. Almost all of these I would have read. I have an entire room filled with books here. A whole lot I've read, some I haven't, and I'm trying to get round to it all, is always the case. But yeah, science fiction's. I'm very keen to find quality science fiction or culturally important, culturally different science fiction. For me, I'm fascinated. I think science fiction is a really, really important genre of human literature. But I adore it in all its forms, even its cheesy movies and old sci-fi shows and things like that. Bojack saying, gotta go. Take it easy. Thank you very much, Bojack. Take it easy yourself. So have a good weekend. Look after yourself. Like you said, cheers. So let's see. Very important statement. But yes, just in relation to what Carlos said, the Hardy and Omega point, the idea of the noosphere. And if you think about no technology, noosphere, this stuff is a big influence on science fiction. The books that I can think of influences the most by far is the Hyperion Cantos. And if you didn't notice the influence of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin within those books, you really did miss something. It's in particular, it's kind of the influence of his philosophy is one of the main sort of meta aspects of those books. They're metatextual, if you like. The other one is very much, you see, I would love this. This is why I love the Hyperion Cantos, must have a matter about them sometime, is also based heavily upon the works of Keats, who I also adore. And if Keats is, here's one for you, by the way, and Keats is the messiah of the AIs. The poet Keats is their messiah in the Dune, or not the Dune, in the Hyperion Cantos. Sorry. So there you go. Supot saying, ciao, man. I used to say ciao all the time. I haven't said it in ages. It's a good one, ciao, isn't it? Hello and goodbye at once. So there you go. I'm here. This is what he's doing. Here is the change for which I prayed. Why do I fear it? Because it's the golden path. I'm here to give purpose to evolution and therefore to give purpose to our lives. But yeah, as was it Cynthia pointing out, what's it all about? We really do there is a strong desire, I think, within all human beings to, think about what is there a purpose to all this, and I don't know, I think we all ask that question at some point. Sooner or later we come to an answer. And then I think we just have to get on with our lives in that kind of, and the sheer nightmare that is existence. I personally came to the conclusion that I have no idea whatsoever what's going on. As I said, that's my answer. What's the universe about? No idea. What's it doing? Haven't a clue. Why is it? Who, what, why, where? No idea whatsoever. And I genuinely don't think anybody else knows either. Does it matter? I suppose is the question. Any hot takes on the three-body problem? We very much enjoy the three-body problem. The book is very, very good. The book's very, very good. The TV series is very dumbed down, and I think it would have to be. And it's a wonderful, yeah. It's metatextual, Mickey, isn't it? It's a certain thing, and it's also a love letter, I think, by Cixin Liu to a whole bunch of science fiction books. Some are named and some aren't, but if you can't figure out what they are, we could help you there. But yeah, he's definitely made his mark with that, hasn't he? He's especially in light of there's so little really good sci-fi out there at the minute. Probably since the 2010s forward. Since Ian Banks died, I think the world's been in crisis with sci-fi, and everybody wants to be Ian Banks, and he's gone, and it's just not happening. But Cixin Liu's brought his own thing. There's more of Arthur C. Clarke, I think, to Cixin Liu's writing than anything. He's that kind of writer. Boy, is he detailed, but yeah, his ideas are huge. I said somebody pointed out here on Nikki. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember who it was, but it wasn't me, so I don't want to take credit for it. But they described the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy as essentially two words: weaponizing Flatland, which is the science fiction book by the Reverend Edwin A. Abbott. And again, it's a love letter to several sci-fi books, I think, including Flatland. The big one, I think, that's blatantly mentioned in the books is the oh goodness, sorry, it's the alternative name for Tiger, isn't it? Stars My Destination. That's it. I'm not used to calling it Tiger. I like Deep Forest idea of our presence in the cosmos. Yeah, I wrote a poem about it for Cixin Liu somewhere. It's sitting around here on the table somewhere. Haiku for Liu, wasn't it? Dark Forest Deterrent. Here you go. A haiku for Liu. It was either a dark forest deterrent or real dark forest deterrent. Pure vacuum bubble. There you go. Carlos said we may have indeed reached the point where we can control our evolution to a degree. Yes, we can, I think. At a small level, there are individuals who are messing around and have been messing around with their DNA for some time, making doing the kind of cyberpunk thing, augmentations, mucking around, doing surgery on themselves. There's a few. Look into it, you'll see them. We have that chip that's been put into that guy. That means the guy who basically slightly paralyzed can outshoot everybody recently. But yet we can manipulate DNA, and we can now put machines into the body, etc., etc. We pretty much, I suppose it's one of the big things I've been thinking about science fiction. Somebody said the other day about the ideas that we grew up with. A lot of them are coming true now, or have hit the ground, and I suppose if you're science fiction literate, one of the things that somebody pointed out is that science fiction creates a group of people who are, in a funny kind of way, prepared for such a world, if you like, and that generally are aware of the good things and the bad things. If you tend to read like that, we can control influence rather than control. Yeah, it's just breeding transhuman, like Asimov's Gaia. Let me see. Gaia's coming back to Terminus. Influence rather than transhumanism. There's the extropian thing, isn't it? The extropian movement that used to be around in the 80s, which is an attempt to, extropy being the opposite of entropy, if you like, which is a kind of post-human philosophy where to become extropian is to try and beat death. There's all sorts of things, but and even like Richard Dawkins' work on memes and stuff like that. And the fact that it's not necessarily just breeding soup up, because even if you don't pass on your genes, you have the ability to influence other people's. And that's the interesting thing about it. Those of us who do not reproduce still affect the gene pool, which I think is a very interesting thing. You're talking about like Asimov's Gaia. Oh goodness, you've lost me. Gaia's coming back to Terminus. Terminus is from Foundation. Unless I didn't understand the Assan, again, Terminus is supposed to be Terra Gaia, right? Terminus. Oh, probably, yeah. I've been reading Foundation like 15 years ago. I don't remember shit. Yeah, it's a long time since I read it. I've got a lovely little book set with the three. What have we got? Foundation. It's that second Foundation and Foundation on Empire. Next to there, we've got Prelude. What else have we got? Prelude to Foundation, Foundation on Earth. Got two copies of it. We've got two copies of Foundation's Edge as well. And the complete robot. I don't know. The thing that put me off them, by the way, was that they were so chunky compared to the original. Each of those books is kind of the same size as the original Foundation trilogy, if you like. You know. But I do like my Isaac Asimov. But again, Mickey, a lot of that kind of stuff I would have read when I was very, very young, unless I did a kind of science fiction degree, if you like, unless I read it as part of that year. But the stuff that I read of Asimov that year was always robot stuff, in all honesty, as I remember, because I read them all in a row. So The Complete Robots is a great book. If anybody's looking for just a whole chunk of Asimov in a row, you can get The Complete Robot in one volume. Super epigenetics after genes. Well, the term is extropians, as I recall. Super epigenetics. Oh, but as that, you mean mucking about with your genes? Sorry, as part of that, yeah. I think that there was like an extropian movement. They were wanting to get like a base put on the Antarctic or something so that they can muck around outside of international law. Study of heritable changes in gene expression that occur without altering the underlying DNA sequence. Simple terms, it's how our environment and behaviors can influence with genes in terms. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. There's a term for it. You know, if it wasn't, oh goodness, I mean, I haven't read this in years and years, but if you look at, is it Dawkins, the blind watchmaker and stuff, his ideas on memes, you know, the meme is called the meme, it's mimetic, if you like, but the idea is that it's based on the gene, that it's a self-replicating idea. But yeah, you know, it's, I'm absolute living proof of it, by the way. You know, yeah, 15 years ago. Foundation. I'm watching the Foundation series at the minute. Is it the Apple series? It's on series 3. I'm 5 episodes in. It's not Asimov's Foundation. I kind of like it, and I kind of don't. If you see what I mean. In fact, I don't know. I suppose I like the Empire more than Foundation. I suppose. No, let's see. Where do we get to? Oh yes, it was that great quote on purpose to evolution and therefore purpose to our lives. So do you wish to live those thousands of years changing as you know you will change? Leto recognized that his father was not speaking about physical changes. Both of them knew the physical consequences. Both of them knew. Okay, we're talking about visions again. Both of them know what's going to happen here. So that, you know, again, has Paul not seen this? I don't believe it. Leto would adapt and adapt. The skin, which was not his own, would adapt and adapt. The evolutionary thrust of each part would melt into the other, and a single transformation would emerge. When metamorphosis came, if it came, a thinking creature of awesome dimensions would emerge upon the universe, and that universe would worship him. No, Paul was referring to the inner changes, the thoughts and decisions which would inflict themselves upon the worshippers. So, interestingly enough, I suppose, you wish to live those thousands of years knowing, changing as you know you will change. So it's the internal, the mind of, he won't be human. He's not human now. And will those decisions, if he's worshipped as a god, everything he thinks, says, and does pretty much is going to affect mankind. Which is interesting because the God Emperor is many things, isn't he? He's the ultimate tyrant. He's the ultimate predator. And he's also, in many ways, a paternal teacher, if you like, to mankind, although seemingly a very dangerous and sadistic one. Sadistic's probably the wrong word, actually. In fact, it is. It's the wrong word, but just appearances, I suppose. Um, hmm. Those who think you dead, Leto said. You know what they say about your last words? Of course. Now I do what all life must do in the service of life, Leto said. You never said that, but a priest who thought you could never return and call him liar put those words into your mouth. I'd not call him liar. Paul took in a deep breath. Those are good last words. I've just written next. That's a lovely touch. Um, just bloody good writing there, I think. Fantastic writing. Really nice touch from Frank. Would you stay here or return to that hut in the basin of Sherlock? Leto asked. And again, this is the bit where I wrote, Cynthia was asking, this is the bit where I wrote theatre. Is all of this theatre? And then Paul says, this is your universe now. So as much as the analogies that earlier on, that they both stepped onto the car, and I feel like Leto's got the reins, he's driving it. Where do you want me to drop you off, Dad? Basically, is kind of what he's saying, but this is my car, I'm in charge. What do you want me to do? Would you stay here or return to that hut in the basin of Sherlock? Leto asked. This is your universe now, Paul said. The words filled with defeat cut through Leto. Paul had tried to guide the last strands of a personal vision, a choice he'd made years before in Siege Tamar. For that, he'd accepted his role as an instrument of revenge for the cast out. The remnants of Jack Urutu, they had contaminated him. But he'd accepted this rather than his view of this universe, which Leto had chosen. Now, that there is full of stuff that we were talking about earlier, and I'll just point out the language of it. Leto's got the reins of what's going forward now, these different threads, but Paul, this is what we're told, Paul had tried to guide the last strands of his personal vision, a personal vision. Personal, it's his. Here's the word, a choice. That's the important word. A choice he'd made years before in Siege Tabar. Whether it's years before or not, choice. For that, he'd accepted his role. We were talking about, is it everybody, I bet, you know what, it's 12:15 on Tuesday. I'm supposed to stand here. And now I need to slap Assan, right? And now I can go have it, because it's supposed to happen. This kind of thing. These are choices that they make, being shown snapshots from time, if you like. But the word choice is really important, I think. For that, he'd accepted his role as an instrument of revenge for the cast out. So he'd rather be this creature for these cast out, these villains, these kind of almost superstitious, almost vampiric Fremen, if you like, rather than do anything that would help create this golden path, this Leto's vision. But the weird thing is that then, if we run the logic of that, then surely the future that ultimately leads to what this is, that surely that him going to the cast out and doing this would have been on that route, if you see what I mean. Starts to mess with your head a little bit, doesn't it? He's been contaminated, but he accepted doing this rather than have to deal with this universe that Leto controls now. The sadness in Leto was so great he could not speak for several minutes. When he could manage his voice, Leto said, so you baited Alia, tempted her and confused her into inaction and the wrong decision, and now she knows who you are. Now, I've written underneath this, Paul has manipulated Alia. Discuss. Was really what I wanted, just to throw that out there and see what you think about that. And I think that's in relation to things that have happened. But this also would have been a choice, I think. And it suggests things that, again, is what Ali happening to Ali and the Baron. Is it also a necessity? Is everything that's going on required to happen? Is part of the golden path allowing Alia to be taken over by the Baron? Is there nothing that they could have done? Especially as it seems to have happened recently, you know. But Paul has manipulated Alia, discussed, tempted, baited, confused, was the, into inaction and wrong decisions, and now she knows who you are. So it certainly couldn't have helped. And it's the sadness in Leto that is so great he can't speak for several minutes, and this is what he says coming out of this. So you did this instead, She knows. Yes, she knows. She knows that, in other words, that the preacher is Paul. Paul's voice was old then and filled with hidden protests. There was a reserve of defiance in him, though. He said, "I'll take the vision away from you if I can." Thousands of peaceful years, Leto said. That's what I'll give them. Dormancy, stagnation. Of course. And those forms of violence which I permit. It'll be a lesson which humankind will never forget. I spit on your lesson, Paul said. You think I've not seen a thing similar to what you chose? You saw it, Leto agreed. Is your vision any better than mine? Not one bit better. Sorry, not one whit better. Worse, perhaps, Leto said. Then what can I do but resist you? Paul demanded. Kill me, perhaps. I'm not that innocent. I know what you've set in motion. I know about the broken planets and the unrest. And now Assan Tariq will never return to Shulok. You must go back with me or not at all, because this is my vision now. Now, bear with me. Oh, yeah. Now, that's a choice, isn't it? Oh, goodness, we've got loads here. Let's have a look. Sorry. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'm going to check the comments before they get out of hand. They're backed up way here. Oh, goodness. Right. Hang on. Okay. Bear with me, folks. Did you read Epigenetics? Yes, I think I did. That's where we're at. Do you know Star Maker by Olaf Stapledon? Yes, I do. Do indeed. Mickey, we're very fond of Olaf Stapledon here. Mr. Star Maker, and First and isn't it? Oh, First and Last Man. If I'm remembering correctly. Yes, I really like Olaf Stapledon. This is the Doghouse, is the other name for this YouTube channel. This is which is a bit of a science fiction joke. Mickey, it's the name of the space station from Strontium Dog. But I'm very fond on Olaf Stapledon, wrote a really good sci-fi book about a dog called Sirius, as in the star. If you haven't read it, check it out. It's basically Frankenstein with a dog. It's a great book. I adore it. I really like Olaf Stapledon. Yes, indeed. Carson, let's not forget what happened to the Neanderthal when Cro-Magnon arrived in Europe. We can see one of the best sci-fi books I've read, really. So this is Cro-Magnon, Cro-Magnon Neanderthals. There's a fair amount of Neanderthal DNA still about, though, isn't there? A lot of us have a reasonable percentage of it, enough, Was it? I think I saw a thing. Was it? The Irish comedian Dara O'Brien. I think he did a thing where with probably. I think he's chummy with Brian Cox, isn't it? And he got his. I think they were talking about Neanderthal DNA, and he got his tested, and I think he had about 4 or 5%. If I recall correctly, I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure it was him. So they say Leto's vision that when metamorphosis came, if it came, a thinking creature of awesome dimensions would emerge upon the universe. In God Emperor of Dune, Leto dies before this happens, right? I think that the metamorphosis is, see, he's not a worm at this point. If a thinking creature wasn't, but would emerge upon the universe, he's the thinking creature of awesome dimensions. Leto dies before this happens, right? No, it happened. I think that this is the metamorphosis. He's not a worm at the minute. He's a 9-year-old boy, but essentially looks like he's wearing a still suit. He's going to go through changes and growth, but eventually he's going to metamorphosize into the worm, the God Emperor. So I'm pretty sure that's the metamorphosis. Is he's another change yet to go before he becomes the God Emperor, as we know him from the God Emperor, this huge man worm thing. At this point, I suppose he still looks like it looks like a 9-year-old goth, I'd imagine. If you see what I mean. I think that's because then he's a divided god, isn't he? In that sense, and we've kind of got that Osiris Isis kind of overlay as well. We must have a chat about divided gods. Because technically he doesn't die, doesn't it? Well, he spoiler alert, I suppose, but technically he dies, but technically he doesn't. And technically, if I remember correctly, Cynthia, it's a long time, he has 4 deaths. It was something that I was scribbling about the other week, actually. I don't think I read it down, but the different processes that he's going. Yeah, here we are at the back of the previous chapter. I was trying to think of, has he got 4 births? If you see what I mean, to go with his 4 deaths. I was thinking about his actual birth, the birth of the unhuman leader, the birth of the myth, and the birth of the God Emperor, if you like. So his actual birth is 1. Possibly lending his eyes to his father and getting all of his father's memories at that point is a rebirth immediately after birth. The transformation with that's a rebirth, and we get lots of these kind of representative ones, generally with still tense and stuff like that within the Dune series. But yeah, I think that's the metamorphosis is the actual becoming of the worm, if that makes sense, rather than after his death, because he goes through a kind of division process, isn't it? He becomes lots and lots of little sandtrout again. It's almost a kind of reversal of what we get here, except that his consciousness is carried away in a part of each of them, as far as I can remember. The little pearls of wisdom. Homo sapiens simply was that procrastinated and had a different diet than Neanderthals. Says we were neither smarter or stronger than we simply used to eat any shit we could find. Yeah, I don't think we were smarter than them. It's generally that we often talk about this on this channel here, is that the concept of primitive and stuff like that, the ancient cultures, and these people are not stupid. They're not, this kind of thing. We're going to a different species of human here. I think there's a lot of factors that combine to end them, basically. It's sad, isn't it? Interesting that we have a world of racism where all the other races of humans are gone. There's something very paradoxical about that, isn't there? Used to hunt for meat, we used to eat mushrooms, roots, and all that. So to say, my point above is that Herbert's story arc suggests that Leto's grand vision is truncated, taken down too soon. Another challenge to our plans to take charge of evolution. As vision, it does have I suppose how far the vision goes is beyond the lifespan of the individual. Would that be fair, Cynthia? Herbert's story arc suggests that Leto's grand vision is truncated, taken down too soon. Oh, no, yeah. Is that moving down a wee bit further down the road? Or is that the Bene Gesserit viewpoint of it? I'm wondering, Cynthia, again, my memory's not good on the last books. Looking forward to getting to them. I think I might have to do a read ahead at some point. But I'm to be honest with you folks, I'm probably we're not too far from finishing Children of Dune. I'll probably just take a week or 2 off in terms of the book club, and we'll pile into. We'll just get cracking with God Emperor. Life's too short. We'll just keep pushing on. Again, I think it was the development of language and superior technology, but could be wrong. He said, no, I agree with you. Development of communications was crucial, but you need to be good. The Neanderthals have their language as well. Very pitched voice, mind you. There was some BBC document, and I know I used to be skeptical, but hear me out about how they communicated. Their throats were shaped differently, and they most probably had high-pitched voice, but not probably way more like from horror movie. No, yeah, there would have been a difference in physiology. We talked once about pronunciation. We used to talk about it a lot because people sometimes get their back up a bit about words in Dune. And I was explaining that pronunciation is a guide and always has been a guide, and that there's a whole pile of factors that involve in how you say words, but the shape of your mouth, how many teeth you've got, the shape of your tongue, all sorts of factors. Believe it or not, rather than just the fact that you can read, it's physical, things as well. But the Northern Irish people have a bother with a few signs, I would say. That was in my defence. Carlos said, half of what my generation was taught turned out to be wrong, so I can't really argue the point. Laughing at 4%, if I remember correctly. Oh, was it 4%? That was Dara O'Brien? Thank you, Sootpot. You try to recall these things. But that 4% DNA from Neanderthal out of in a modern human, it's a reasonable amount, isn't it? I've been thinking about getting one of those DNA tests done myself, out of curiosity. Well, I'm in two minds about it. I'm not too sure. But it's something that's been niggling me in the back of the head. But at the same time, I says super. Thank you, super. At the same time, I am in terms of genetics. I am the last in my line. There will be no more of me. No more Sloans per se, as such. A fair bit. Says super. Very good. Yes, indeed. It's possible we kind of bred them out a bit, isn't we? Here, the Homo sapien does too much shagging. Where are we, folks? But yes, I was quite pleased I got caught up with that. That was a fair bit of chat there. Pardon me. Oh, right, now hang on. I've gone back here. Where were we? Just to find out where we were. Interesting. Yeah, it's a lot went on there, wasn't it? Alia knows. He knows that Alia knows that that he's the preacher. Let's see. Filmed hidden protester. I'll take the vision away from you if I can. So he's no longer got control. What's up for sale? Basically, it's going to be thousands of peaceful years. That's what I'll give them. Oh no, not peace. That means dormancy and stagnation with big exclamation marks there. I've written next that no, not necessarily. And as much as who was it? Carlos was saying you didn't agree with his attitude towards evolution. I also don't agree that periods of peace are stagnant or dormant either. It's kind of a stupid idea, to be honest with you. And I'm not even sure what in human history what a long period of peaceful years looks like. Goodness, that's a cynical thing to say, isn't it? But I've written next that not necessarily. No, thousands of peaceful years. I'm sure people would appreciate it, but dormancy, stagnation. Oh dear, oh dear! Is it the curse of the hobbits, really, isn't it? Of course, says Leto, and those forms of violence which I permit. So I'll let people have an outlet. It'll be a lesson which humankind will never forget. You get the sense of the Roman emperors already about Leto here. Gladiatorial games, this kind of thing, whatever violence he'll permit. Maybe I'll let a couple of people fight a war here and there. There's a little hint of Ming the Merciless, I think, about him sometimes. Here's the bit I've got a problem with. I'd love to know what you think about this, folks. Opinions, please. I spit on your lesson. Now, we don't get a moment there. We don't get a particular, it's a very much a verbal spitting on the lesson, I think. I spit on your lesson, Paul said. You think I've not seen a thing similar to what you choose. So there again is a shared vision. I've not looked at this stuff. I don't believe him. And Leto says, you saw it. That's confirmation that you've had visions. which were kind of denied earlier. I suppose, again, the only way it would make sense is that he had these visions in the past, and that they are memories, and that he now, if you see what I mean, because he's had the visions in the past, they're now part of his memory. God, this can mess with your head sometimes, can't it? So here's the question for you. I spit on your lesson. He doesn't actually, well, maybe he does. Is that endorsement or contempt? Because if he's a Fremen, surely on your lesson would be a thorough endorsement, a gift of water. And I wonder, is just this a little bit of, if Paul's not a Fremen, I spit on your lesson, as Leto has said here, then it's a sign of contempt, isn't it? If you spat on something like this, it's basically fuck you, fuck your lesson. You know, but to a Fremen, I spit on your lesson is a what a great lesson that was. I give life to. It's something. It's an inconsistency, isn't it? Or is it a little bit of a paradoxical statement? Or is it? I've got so many questions about that one statement. Is it a reminder that Paul's not a Fremen? Because as much as I've written endorsement or contempt next to a question mark, I know the answer. It's contempt. It's meant to be a, one of those. Excuse me. So I'll be curious to know what you think. You saw it, Leto agreed. Is your vision any better than mine? Not one bit better. No, not one bit better. Worse, perhaps. Then what can I do but resist you? So Leto says, kill me, perhaps. I'm not that innocent. I know what you've set in motion. I know about the broken cannons and the unrest. I know what you're up to. The environmental change. Part of the plan, isn't it? Part of the golden path. And now Assan Tariq will never return to Sherlock. You must go back with me or not at all, because this is my vision now. So he's at the same time, this is a choice. And so as much as Leto's got the reins, what we're getting here is a choice of, there's a couple of paths I'm going to offer you. You can go back with me or not at all, because it's my vision. Pick one. I choose not to go back. Right, that reality ceases to exist. On we go. The question, again, I've written next that is he's offering him a choice. We talk about choices sometimes in these books. Particularly, I think was it Souppot used to talk about was talking about the last time we had a matter about the choices that the Tleilaxu have. They have to leave a way out, this kind of thing. There often seems to be kind of a choice at a point in death. You take your pick. In this case, I choose not to go back. He's not going to make it easy for him. And Leto's thought how old his voice sounds. So both Atreides, their voices have changed. Leto thought, and the thought was a wrenching pain. And he said, I have the hawk ring of the Atreides concealed in my dish dasher. Do you wish me to return it to you? Again, here's a pathway. A or B, take a choice. And is it an illusion of choice? Are they playing a role? And here's Paul's response. If I'd only died, Paul whispered. I truly wanted to die when I went into the desert that night, but I knew I could not leave this world. I had to come back and restore the legend, Leto said. I know. And the jackals of Jacurutu were waiting for you that night, as you knew they would be. They wanted your visions. You knew that. I refused. I never gave them one vision. But they contaminated you. They fed you spice essence and plied you with women and dreams. And you did have visions. Sometimes. How sly his voice sounded. Now, will you take back your hawk ring? Leto asked. Paul sat down suddenly on the sand, a dark patch in the starlight. No. So he knows the futility of that path. Choices. So we take the ring back. The ring here. Paul's interest in there are things that Paul has an interest in. Sorry, that Leto has an interest in within this chapter. we've got the visions, the joint visions, the battle of visions, having a chat with Dad, of course. That one of the things that we get on with is the ring, the hawk ring of the Atreides. It causes Paul to say, "If only I died." It's that it's an artifact, isn't it? It's a continuation of lineage and power, and it's one of the things that Paul wants for the vision, for the path. The other one's going to be his body, which is a bit weird because he's not dead here. But I refused. I never gave them one vision. This is what Leto says, but they contaminated you. They fed you spice essence and plied you with women and dreams, and you did have visions. So, I maybe read that wrong before. How about this? Sometimes, how sly his voice sounded. Will you take back your hawk ring? Leto asked. No. So he's shutting down options here. Will you go or stay? I'm not letting you take me back. You'll stay with me. Okay. Ring, taking it back, yes or no. Paths being shut down by these choices. Again, are they playing a role? Is it drama? Now, very quickly, I suppose, what Leto says about Paul, they contaminated you, they fed you spice essence, plied you with women and dreams, and you did have visions. That's also what they did to Leto. Okay. So did they also contaminate him? Is there a hypocrisy there? I'm curious about being plied with women, in particular, women and dreams. They plied you with women and dreams. What does that mean? And you did have visions. Yeah, sometimes, yes, yeah. I'm very curious about that. Especially after the whole "I've lost my Chani, into the desert I go, all for the love of Chani." What's the women thing mean there? He's plied with women. I'm very curious about that. Is that sex? Or just servants or something like that? I don't know, like Sabiha. Sometimes how sly his voice sounded is it's a and it's coming from Leto, by the way, and he knows what they've done. It, I don't know. It kind of almost seems like a little bit of a debasement of Paul Atreides here. I don't know if you agree with me or not. But I just that the women, what they played him with women, and then the bit that really made me question about Paul's behavior within this is the sometimes, but it's how sly his voice sounded. Yeah, I've just put women too, question mark, WTF, question mark, Chani, question mark. That's my little. And the ring is the symbol of the Emperor, I suppose, at this point as well. So will you take back your hawk ring? Leto asked. Paul sat down suddenly on the sand, a dark blotch in the starlight. No. So he knows the futility of that path, Leto thought. This revealed much, but not enough. The contest of the visions had moved from its delicate plane of choices down to a gross discarding of alternatives. That's what we're kind of doing with these. Will you do this? No. Boom, all of those options go because we're taking that path. Paul knew he could not win, but he hoped yet to nullify that single vision to which Leto clung. Presently, Paul said, "Yes, I was contaminated by the Jacuruti, but you contaminated yourself." "That's true," Leto admitted. "I am your son." Like father, like son is basically what he said there. "Are you a good Fremen?" "Yes." "Will you permit a blind man to go into the desert finally? Will you let me find peace on my own terms?" Pounded the sand beside him. So this is Paul asking the question here, creating an option. And it's not an option that Leto wants them to create. So the answer is no. "I'll not permit that," Leto said. "But it's your right to fall upon your knife if you insist upon it." So I've written, that's like Leto's power here. "No, I'll not let you go into the desert and die like a Fremen. You can fall on your knife if you want, like a good imperial officer, like a good Roman soldier, if you like." And the problem for that is, of course, as Paul says here, "and you would have my body." True. No. And so he knows that path, Leto thought. The enshrining of Muad'Dib's body by his son could be contrived as a form of cement for Leto's vision. He wants his dad's body, and he wants his ring. Um, and again, we're discarding paths, and he knows that path. So here we go. This is an interesting one. And again, sorry, but that also highlights Leto's control here and the loss of control and power that Paul has. He's very diminished in this chapter, isn't he? Something about that sly comment there. Yeah, I don't think he's been entirely honest in this chapter. You never told them, did you, Father? So a lie of admission, in other words, Leto asked. I never told them. And I have to assume that's about Kralizec. But I told them, Leto said. I told Miraz, Kralizec, the typhoon struggle. Paul's shoulders sagged. You cannot, he whispered, you cannot. I am a creature of the desert now, Father. Would you, Leto said, would you speak thus to a Coriolis storm? You think me coward for refusing that path, Paul said, his voice husky and trembling. Oh, I understand you well, son. Augury and haruspication have always been their own torments, but I was never lost in the possible futures because this one is unspeakable. Your jihad will be a summer picnic on Caladan by comparison, Leto agreed. I'll take you to Gurney Halleck now. Gurney? He serves the sisterhood through my mother. And now Leto understood the extent of his father's vision. Very importantly, he's wrong. As in the statement about Gurney Halleck, he's wrong. Paul is wrong. What we should be freaking out about, really, in this chapter, if we're good, decent cosmopolitans, good citizens of the cosmos, that kind of thing, is the statement that Leto has made here. Your jihad, we've done the body count as we've been moving along in the Dune series. Our little skulls, people who die off stage and on stage, etc. We're well in huge amount of dead people, billions and billions dead. Is from Paul's little 12-year jihad. This jihad, we're told by Leto, your jihad will be a summer picnic on Caladan by comparison. I'll take you to Gurney Halleck now. It just looks like a nice day out for the family. Your jihad that killed billions and billions, tens of billions of people. Well over 80 billion, wasn't it? I think, by the end. I wonder, did I add them all up? It was we were keeping a good tally anyway. I figured it was around 80 billion dead, something like that. And there's euphemisms used in Paul's death kill count. There's the planet sterilized, this kind of thing. You get the sense that the death that the jihad brings isn't just a human life as well. Pardon me. So they say by distracting Alia, Paul may have inadvertently protected the twins as they pursued their golden path plans. See, again, it's one of those things that can we look at as almost everything done deliberately, that kind of thing. I don't know if you've ever seen I don't know if anybody's seen the Steven Spielberg version of Minority Report. The kind of the way the whole end of the movie, where Agatha's kind of, move now, do this, hold that up, that kind of thing. Because it's been seen, everybody's actions are determined, So inadvertently protecting them, or possibly deliberately. I don't know. I get the sense of that perhaps Paul lies to himself a lot in this. I don't know. Like you said, I never read Sphere by Michael Crichton. I haven't read the book. I've got some Michael Crichton here. I've got the script for Westworld here by him. Movie was right. I quite like the film. I remember it. I said, well, let's go back a while. Her interpretation are are supposed to be based on the Ottoman Empire, or the Atreides are supposed to be based on the Ottoman Empire and the Fremen Bedouin Arabs. Hardcore obviously Russians, but these were times of post-Cold War. Yeah, let's see. Atreides are based on the Ottoman Empire, sort of, yes, but they're also the Atreides from Greek mythology. Goodness, Fremen, I don't know. Let me see. Fremen or Bedouin Arabs, yes, and a bunch of other cultures as well. Yeah, Mickey, I have a whole bunch of videos on this. I've got on my channel. If you go check out the PhD videos, you'll get it all there. We did the work a good few years back, so it's all there for you if you want to take a wee look at it. Complete with pictures. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that the Fremen are based on. It's not just the Bedouin. There's a bunch that the different groups within the Atreides. Hardcorans are meant to be the Russians. They're connected to other cultures as well. But the big overlay is that the Atreides are the Atreides, and the Trojan War is overlaid on it. But there is a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot, to be honest with you. And you're quite correct about when Dune was written, the Cold War, all of that kind of stuff. Vladimir Harkonnen sounds very scary and Russian, doesn't he? The only woman that could tempt Paul would be Chani. I agree, Sootpot. That's why. That's why this statement of them. I had a real bother with that statement. It's from Leto, but they contaminated you. They fed you spice essence and plied you with women. And I've written a question mark next to it, and actually underneath it I went women too. What the? Actually, WTF? Chani. Where are we? There. Bubble. That's my response to it there. The question mark, women too. What's going on? But, and Chani, and it just struck me as being I don't know, but maybe if we go back, you maybe think my opinion on how Paul behaves with Chani, I don't think it's very good at all. I think he's a complete shit to her. I've said this quite a few times, but it's because he has to do one thing. Again, is because he's following a role. Ultimately, to the path that he won't. I think Paul at this point could have had his time with Chani. He could have done things differently. Who knows? I think all the different paths could be done different. But I found that plied with women to be very disingenuous. Something jarring about it, Sootpot. I don't know if you agree with me or not. It just didn't seem right for the character. But we have this sly little thing in his voice immediately afterwards that suggests there's something deceptive about Paul, something shifty, something he's hiding, something he's being gloating about almost. How sly. You did have visions. He says, I refused. I never gave them one vision. Leto says, and you did have visions. And he goes, sometimes. How sly his voice sounded. There's something not entirely honest about this. Not that there's anything entirely honest with Leto. And I don't know if it comes across well within this chapter, but I get the sense that both of them have a wee bit of dishonesty. They're kind of fighting a psychic battle, if you like. It's a battle of visions. One's trying to dominate the other. And it's a father and son thing, and it's particularly in mythology. Whenever we get encounters like this, usually either the father, depending on who you're talking about, generally the father kills the son. I think. I'd say there's plenty of examples where that doesn't happen as well. But if this was Cuchulainn meeting his son would end up dead in a minute or two. Odysseus is killed by one of his sons. Arthur killed by one of his sons, but who he also kills. So it's that kind of, I don't know, but you don't get that kind of level of ill will or I don't know between these two. But it's my way or the highway kind of thing. And Paul at this point is going to try and prevent Leto's vision going forward. Leto's taking control. He's dominating his father here. Will you let me go into this? No, but you can fall on your knife. I'm happy for you to kill yourself, Dan, if you want to do that now. Leto, the thing is that Leto needs his dad dead. Leto needs Paul to die. And I think more than just metaphorically speaking, more than figuratively speaking, I think he needs him to literally die as well for the golden path to go ahead. But we're going to get that metaphorical death, if you like, with this is the death of Paul Atreides, Paul Muad'Dib. Only the preacher exists after this. But Paul doesn't want him to have his body again, so he knows this path. You never told him, did you, Father? So what didn't he tell him about? Kralizec. But I told him, Leto said. I told Miraz, Kralizec, the typhoon struggle. You cannot. Oh, sorry, I've gone back a bit, haven't I? Let me see. I'll just keep going. You cannot, he whispered. You cannot. I am a creature of the desert now, Father. Would you speak thus to a Coriolis storm? So, oh yes, I know where we got to. You thank me coward for refusing that path. And again, that was the other thing, just jumping back and checking all these things. Does Paul Leto think his father's a coward? It's a statement from Paul, so I think he does, and I think Paul knows that he does. I understand you well. Augury and harspication, auguries and harspecs, if you like, forms of divination from the ancient world, have always been their own torments. Oh, I was going to say, this kind of thing happens, by the way, in the ancient world, this battle of kind of visions. Who am I thinking on? No, right. Calchas, is it? How did he die? Didn't he die in a kind of Calchas is the Argive mancer, if you like, or seer, dated to the Age of Legend, which is an aspect of Greek mythology. It appears in the opening scenes of the Iliad, which is believed to have been based on a war conducted by the Achaeans. This isn't a great entry here, is it? All right, he's a seer in service of the army before Atreus, portrayed as a skilled augur. So in Greek Ionopolis, bird savant is an augur. Calchas has no rival in this camp. So he's an ornithomancer, is actually the term I would use. Oh no, that's ornithomancy would be Latin, wouldn't it? Or that's probably from the Greek. I don't know, ornithomancy. Anyway, same thing. Bird savant, someone who divines the future by looking at bird entrails. I've actually got it on my wallpaper, would you believe? The word ornithomancy. So it's kind of one of them dictionary things. Let's see. So he's the seer from the Iliad that prophesies that Iphigenia must be sacrificed. Let me see. Yeah, death. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Here we go. Excellent. You might like this, folks. So this is a battle of visions here. Just to give you an example from the ancient world here. Calchas, this is the individual who basically told Agamemnon that the fleet of 1,000 ships would not sail until he sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia. So this is the divination that causes this murder, if you like, that starts the actual Trojan War. It's him that's responsible for it. Calchas died of shame. This is just from Wikipedia. Calchas died of shame at Colophon in Asia Minor shortly after the Trojan War, as told in the cyclic Nostoi and the Melampodia. The prophet Mopsus beat him in a contest of soothsaying, although Strabo placed an oracle of Calchas on Monte Gargano in Magna Graecia. It also said that Calchas died of laughter when he thought another seer had incorrectly predicted his death. You like this? The seer had foretold Calchas would never drink from the wine produced from vines he had planted himself. Calchas made the wine, but holding the cup, he died of laughter before he could inform them they had drunk it the previous night. In medieval and later versions of the myth, Calchas is portrayed as a Trojan defector and the father of Chryseis, now called Cressida. Calchas is a character in William Shakespeare's play Troilus and Cressida. That's much later, not in the classical tradition at all. Died of laughter when another seer incorrectly predicted his death. The seer had foretold that he would never drink from the wine produced from vines he'd planted himself. Calchas made the wine, but holding the copy died of laughter before he could inform them they had drunk it the previous night. Is there another version of that where he died? I must investigate. It's possibly another seer that he died laughing at some donkey or something. But anyway, that's an example of a battle of visions involving Calchas, a character from the Iliad. Maggie saying, I like Lynch's Chani. Same with Blade Runner. She was a cutie. Yeah, Sean Young. Yes, she's very good. Kind of got a bit of a sci-fi pedigree about her then. I think she's excellent in both films. Check out, yeah, she's the she's the bad guy, isn't she? Check, Carlos is saying, check out Ace Ventura. She was in that too. Sootpot's message is retracted. Sorry, Sootpot. Carlos Cosella said he saw himself as the predator weeding out the gene pool of humanity. Mickey said, I've got to go, but I got to keep an eye on this channel. It looks cool. Cheers. Thank you very much, Mickey. Nice to have you here. Thanks for joining us. All the best. Mickey says, Sootpot. Take it easy. All right, let's see. Summer picnic. Where did we get to? Right, really important. So first of all, Gurney, your jihad will be a summer picnic. That's not good. Gurney, he serves the sisterhood through my mother. He's not correct. He serves the Atreides. Now Leto understood the extent of his father's vision because he's wrong. No father. Gurney no longer serves anyone. And that's a really interesting statement because no longer serves anyone includes the Atreides, by the sounds of it, includes Lady Jessica. And it makes me think, what would Gurney do? He strikes me as a man who can't, well, I suppose we know what he does. He's been without service, if you like, before. He tends to just go be a fighting man, doesn't he? Maybe he'll retire, I don't know. Gurney no longer serves anyone. I know the place to find him and I can take you there. It's time for the new legend to be created. I see that I cannot sway you. Let me touch you then, for you are my son. Now, pay attention to this, folks. Leto held out his right hand to meet the groping fingers, felt their strength, matched it, and resisted it every shift of Paul's arm. That's what I get is happening there, something like that. Not even a poison knife will harm me now, Leto said. I'm already a different chemistry. Tears slipped from the sightless eyes and Paul released his grip, dropped his hand to his side. If I'd chosen your way, I'd have become the Bicross of Shaitan. What will you become? For a time they'll call me the missionary of Shaitan too, Leto said. Then they'll begin to wonder, and finally they'll understand. You didn't take your vision far enough, Father. Your hands did good things and evil. But the evil was known after the event, which is the way of many great evils, Leto said. You crossed over into a part of my vision. Was your strength not enough? That's harsh. Now, jumping back a wee bit here. I want to know what you think, folks, again. I see that I cannot sway you. Let me touch you then, for you're my son, and we have this thing going on. And the response is not even a poison knife will harm me now, Leto said. I'm already a different chemistry. I've written next this, what just happened here? And above it then, my next thought was, is this an attempt at filicide by Paul? Did Paul just try to kill Leto here? And again, if his vision is dull, if we've only got one vision going forward and he can't see, is this an attempt to stop him, to prevent his body, or not his body, sorry, to prevent the vision going forward? And hence the tears as well. And it's, if it is, it seems quite tragic. It seems kind of right at the same time. I don't know what you think. I get it. It's a sense that it's implied here, isn't it? It's certainly not overt, but I get the sense that Paul just tried to poison with a blade or some kind, Leto, and that you know all of the actions that Leto does here, resisting every shift of Paul's arm, the statement that follows it is a very specific thing, isn't it? I got the sense that Paul tried to kill Leto here, uh, which is very much in line with the good old the Atreides family. um, I don't know what you think here. I actually believe that's what happened, and again, I also think that they're kind of just fulfilling a role here, acting out certain steps in a process to get to the golden path, if you like. Um, which is very interesting if you see what I mean, in relation to different Letos and Paul. For Leto to survive the first, for Paul to survive the first Leto, for him nothing. For the whole thing to proceed the way he wants, in Dune, Leto the second has to die, and here's a go at Leto the third. I think I genuinely don't know what you think, guys, if you agree or not. Um, but I think it's implied that there's an attempt to kill Leto there, and hence the tears after. Um, Bikoros of Shaitan, that's an interesting term, isn't it? Buys too. Koros is from the Latin corium, which is skin, hide, leather. And we are very happy that we read to you last episode the Moapo of Leto II. What he's saying here is if I had chosen your way, I'd have become the second skin of Shaitan. In other words, he would have. What's happened to Leto, isn't it? If he'd done it first, that's what he would have become. I would have become the by chorus of Shaitan. Well, that's essentially what Leto is. By meaning two, chorus from Corium, skin, hide, leather, second skin of Shaitan. Um, very interesting choice of word there. What will you become? I'll be the missionary of Shaitan too. For a time, I think also ultimately he'll become Shaitan, won't he? Which is equated with the worm, the worm, the Shai Halud and Shaitan, isn't it? Then they'll begin to wonder, and finally they'll understand. You didn't take your vision far enough, Father. Your hands did good things and evil, but the evil was known after the event. I disagree with that statement. Again, no, and I'm sorry, but I view the big thing. I have a real problem with Paul letting his Wayne die, letting Leto II die. I have a big moral problem with it. I'm well trained in ethics, and the excuse is pretty shit, I think. That's an evil that's known before the event, if you see what I mean. It's not him that does it, but the point is that he can prevent it. I suppose the choices that he makes, and they are choices, and that's that important word in this chapter, choice. It's in there again. If I'd chosen your way, I'd have become the Bikoros of Shaitan, the second skin of Satan. What will you become? He's already done it. But for a time, they'll call me the missionary of Shaitan too. After that, they'll call him Shaitan. But again, it's just who's being honest entirely here. But evil was known after the event. I don't necessarily agree. I think Paul Atreides has done many things that he was consciously aware of, and while letting them continue to happen, I suppose, particularly things within the jihad, they're known by him. This is what Leto says, which is the way of many great evils, Leto said. You crossed over into a part of my vision. Was your strength not enough? I thought that's a bit harsh. Why weren't you strong enough? You know I couldn't stay there. I could never do an evil act which was known before the act. I'm not Jack Urutu. He clambered to his feet. Do you think me one of those who laughs alone at night? I was wondering what that meant. A nutter, basically. I don't know. Wonder what you think. I'm not Jack Urutu. I could never do an evil act which was known before the act. I would argue what he's done to his sister uh, isn't particularly good. And the fact that he doesn't help her in any way, he acts against her. I would consider that evil. Hmm. I don't know. There's things I think the best place to look for these, as I said, is whenever we did the Dune book club, we found lots of little markers that Paul's just not quite. He's not the he's not the nice guy he's picked out to be. He's got a dark side. Um, do you think me one of those who laughs alone at night? I'm guessing that's like a lunatic, is what we're meaning there in the old sense of the word. It is sad you were never really Fremen, so not enough strength, and a bit of a criticism here. You weak father. Is that it? Is what is the opposite of saying that? It is sad you were never really Fremen, Leto said. We Fremen know how to commission the Arifa. That's the judges. Our judges can choose between evils. It's always been that way for us. Fremen, is it? Slaves of the fate you helped to make. Paul stepped toward Leto, reached out in an oddly shy movement, touched Leto's sheathed arm, explored it up to where the membrane exposed an ear, then the cheek, finally the mouth. Ah, that is your own flesh yet, he said. Where will that flesh take you? He dropped his hand. Into a place where humans may create their futures from instant to instant. That sounds like normal everyday life to me. Ah, dear. To the comparison, Paul's not a Fremen. You don't know how to, commission the array for these judges who know how to make really good, tough decisions between evils, if you like. It's interesting the way people compare evils, isn't it? Is evil just evil, or is it comparative? Are there degrees? Now, I've written the Ring of Gyges here. Here we go. So you say. I'll read that again. Where will that flesh take you? He dropped his hand. This is Leto. Into a place where humans may create their futures from instant to instant. So you say. An abomination might say the same. Now, I'm not abomination, though I might have been, Leto said. I saw how it goes with Alia. A demon lives in her father. Gani and I know that demon. It's the Baron, your grandfather. Paul buried his face in his hands. His shoulders shook for a moment. Then he lowered his hands and his mouth was set in a harsh line. There is a curse upon our house. I prayed that you would throw that ring into the sand, that you'd deny me and run away to make another life. It was there for you. What price? After a long silence, Paul said, the end adjusts the path behind it. Just once I failed to fight for my principles. Just once I accepted the mad in it. I did it for Chani, but it made me a bad leader. Now, here we go. Spoiler alert, really, for anybody who doesn't want to know. Key event at the end of this book, okay, because we're only a few chapters away, but I have to discuss it now. So, spoiler alert, if anybody wants to know, it's to do with this statement that Leto makes. I'm not an abomination. So, spoiler alert, he is. It's a lie. So you say an abomination might say the same thing. It just did. I've written next to this, it does. I'm not an abomination. So this is the outright lie here. We're going to get that straight from the horse's mouth later on. By the way, it's one thing I do remember about the end of the book. I'm quite clued up on the last chapter, actually. Pardon me. The last couple of chapters. Looking forward to getting to them again. But this is one of the deceits of Leto, isn't it? So this is what he says here, in terms of how honest these characters are being. That's the trick of it, I think. Paul bowed his face in his hands, his shoulders shook for a moment, then he lowered his hands and his mouth was set in a harsh line. This is a curse upon our house. That is the curse of Myrtilus, by the way, from Greek mythology. And the curse is cast on Pelops. The Atreides are part of the Pelopidi, the Pelopid line. And so often, whenever we get people go to Atreus, you really need to back a bit further down, a few more generations, really, to get the whole family. So there's a curse upon our house. That's the curse of Myrtilus. I prayed that you would throw that ring into the sand, that you would deny me and run away to make another life. It was there for you. The choice. Now, the ring here is the same, I suppose, as the ring of Gyges is the ring from the Lord of the Rings. It's a philosophical point of discussion from Plato's Republic. There's an entire chapter, I think, on that. Is it the whole chapter? I think so. It's been a long time. I've got 2 copies of the Republic. It's been a while since I read it. Bear with me a second. Where are we? Pluto. Okay, which ones? Oh, I've got a small one and a big one. That's good. I hope the writing's bigger and one. Oh, not weird. Pardon me. Let me see. One of these is mine. Not one's mine. Imperfect societies. Let's see. The simile of the cave. It's not a whole chapter at all. Sorry, no. Where are we? Good is often the divided line. The simile of the cave. Oh, for God's sake. First principle. Tell you what, I'll just use the smaller one. Sorry, I'll grab the bigger one, easier to read. Let's just go to the back of the book. Oh, come on. No, not a good index at all. So okay. It's somewhere in there. Bear with me. I'll look it up, actually. It saved me flicking through a book. That'll be the quickest way of finding it on Wikipedia. Guys. Book 2, there we go, book 2. Thank you very much, Wikipedia. Why could I not see that? Hang on. Book 2. Two, 360T. Yeah. Book 2. Bear with me a second, folks. I thought probably not the same copy. That I think my old copy got destroyed. It was one of the old Penguin classics. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll just grab it off. Rather, that's just silly. I'll just grab this off. I'll just use my own knowledge of it and grab what we can off Wikipedia. Let's see. It's a hypothetical magic ring mentioned by the philosopher Plato in Book 2 of his Republic, like 359A to 360D. That's where it was at. Grants its owner the power to become invisible at will. Using the ring as an example, this section of the public considers whether a rational, intelligent person who has no need to fear negative consequences from committing an injustice would nevertheless act justly. Gyges is a king of Lydia. Let's see. Various ancient works, the most well-known being the histories of Herodotus, give different accounts of the circumstances of his acquisition of power. All, however, agree in asserting that he was originally a subordinate of King Candales of Lydia, that he killed Candales and seized the throne, and that he'd either seduced Candali's queen before killing and married her afterwards, or both. In recounting of the myth by Glaucon, Plato's older brother is a character of the public and unnamed ancestor of Gyges, was a shepherd in the service of the king of Lydia. Pardon me. After an earthquake, a chasm was revealed in the mountainside where he was feeding his flock. Entering the chasm, he discovered it was in fact a tomb with a bronze horse containing a corpse larger than that of a man who wore a golden ring, which he then pocketed. He discovered that by adjusting the ring, he gained the power of invisibility. He then arranged to become one of the king's messengers as to the status of the flocks. Arriving at the palace, he used his new power of invisibility to seduce the queen, with her help murder the king and become king of Lydia himself. So, in the Republic, the tale of the Ring of Gyges is described by the character of Glaucon, the brother of Plato. Glaucon asks whether any man could be so virtuous that he may resist the temptation of killing, robbing, raping, or generally doing injustice to whomever he pleased, if he could do so remaining undetected. Glaucon wants Socrates to argue that it is beneficial for us to be just, independent of any consideration for our reputation. So there we go. That's the gist of it is as simple as this: that there is no moral thing that you can do by putting on such a ring because of its nature, and that the only thing that you can do with it is to get rid of it, bury it, destroy it, that kind of thing. And as you'll very obviously see that that's the ring from the Lord of the Rings. Kind of get that sense with this ring here that the ring is very important. Paul asks about it on more than one occasion. Do you want your ring back? No. I pray that you would throw that ring into the sand, that you would deny me and run away, make another life. And I think by doing that, solid all, that would give him another life, a possible another thread here, because they're discussing it. But Leto says, at what price? So to do that, there would be a terrible price, it seems, like everything else that they do. After a long silence, Paul said, the end adjusts the path behind it. Just once I failed to fight for my principles. Just once I accepted the mad in it. I did it for Chani, but it made me a bad leader. So in other words, to make himself a type of messianic character made him a bad leader, in his own opinion. For who? For himself, for the people he leads. Interesting. Somebody said this may not help our discussion, no bothered Cynthia, but I'm reminded of the biblical story of Jacob deceiving his father by covering his arms with sheepskin to imitate his hairy brother Esau. Is that hairy? Is it like his hirsute? His hairy brother Esau. Very good. No, there's a lot of that in here too, I think, Cynthia. Jacob deceiving his father by covering his arms with sheepskin to imitate his hairy brother Esau. Yeah, very good. The new skin may be real, but does it mean what Leto claims? Carlos is saying, I remember that story. That guy must have been really hairy. I love the word. It's one of my, I just like words, but the word here, suit. Was it you might hear occasionally? I try to truncate my swearing on here a fair bit. But I occasionally like to say, by the Lord of Hell's hirsute gluteus maximus, which is by Satan's hairy backside, based. Ah, dear, oh dear. To imitate his brother Esau. Goodness. The biblical story of Jacob and Esau. Jacob covers his arms with goat skins to deceive his father Isaac and obtain the blessing intended for his older brother Esau. Yes, I remember that now. I don't remember that's how he did it. Rebecca and their mother orchestrates this deception by dressing Jacob in Esau's clothes and covering his arms and neck with the hairy goat skins, making him feel like his hairy brother. According to the Theophilus Institute, Isaac, being old and blind, is fooled by the touch of the goat skins, believing Jacob to be Esau, says Wikipedia. That's our. Yeah, here we go. Genesis. I got it from Wiki here. In Genesis 27, 5-7, Rebecca overhears Isaac tell Esau, "Bring me venison and prepare a savory food that I may eat and bless thee before the Lord before my death." Rebecca counsels Jacob to pretend to be Esau in order to obtain the blessing of his brother's stead. He dressed himself in Esau's best clothes and disguised himself by covering his arms in lambskin, so that if his blind father touched him, well, that's totally relevant, isn't it? Yeah. He's blind, isn't he? He would think Jacob is more hirsute brother. There's that word. I love the word hirsute. Jacob brought Isaac a dish of goat meat prepared by Rebekah to taste like venison. Isaac then bestowed the blessing, Bechorah, which confers a prophetic wish for fertility and dominion on Jacob before Esau's return. Esau is furious and vows to kill Jacob as soon as their father had died. Rebekah intervenes to save her younger son Jacob from being murdered by her elder son Esau. At Rebekah's urgings, Jacob flees to a distant land to work for his mother's brother Laban. She explains to Isaac that she has sent Jacob to find a wife among her own people. Yeah, totally. Yeah, goodness, that's I read the whole Bible when I was a kid. Yeah, it is relevant, Cynthia. Very much so. I'm going to scribble that down. Goat skins. That's it. Yeah, and Isaac's blind, isn't he? Very like his brother. That's a great story. Yeah, property. An inheritance, big part of a lot of that. Thank you very much. Yeah. How did you put it? I mean, things like this. There's tons of them within the Dune series. You'll find a commonality to some myths and stuff like that. But Frank uses them as overlays all the time, and there's a lot. We've had, this chapter begins with one quotation from the Orange Catholic Bible that is essentially a part of the Old Testament, part of the New Testament together. The Bible's a big source for material for this. So thank you very much. That does not help our discussion. Absolutely does. I think it's very relevant. I totally, I can completely see it. The new skin may be real, but does it mean what Leto claims? I remember that story. The guy must have been really here. Kralizec saying Paul felt compelled to at least to try to kill Leto. If he had succeeded, then Leto's vision would have been proven false. That's how it seemed to me anyway. Oops, goat skin, says Cynthia. What would you say? Sheepskin. I get it, yeah. Goat skin, yes indeed. Possibly a goat skin in another version. Goat skin, sheepskins. But yeah, no, thank you very much, Cynthia. That totally makes sense. Just reading it out loud, it just goes bing, 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 Yeah, and Carl St. Paul felt compelled to at least try to kill Leto. I think it's stated before it happens. Then what can I do but resist you? Paul demanded. Kill me, perhaps. That bit. He says, I'm not that innocent. You're going to try and kill me? I think that's what it is, and just that's it. We've done our little dance and it's over. But I think that's what brings the tears to his face. And it's a very Atreides thing. Yeah. I don't know if you agree. It's implied. I think it's not overt, but I think that's what just happened there. Pardon me. We just talked about the lie that Leto said. I think there's deception back and forth between these, and it's a weird thing, isn't it? Two men trying to kind of deceive each other. If you want to run with all wars, deceit, whatever, if you like, but they're having a bit of a battle. They're not out to be told. Their objectives don't really align, but they kind of do in a funny kind of way. There's not a full honesty here. and one's trying to use the other, and one is kind of almost actively seeking the death of the other. I think it's all very Greek. There's a curse, and a reminder there. This is a curse upon our house. Now that's a superstition, isn't it? All the way back, to this guy in ancient Greece who had a bit of his shoulder eaten because his father chopped him up and fed him to the gods, and then he got. Ta-da! That's Pelops, and he's the originator of it. It's the curse is put upon him and his ancestors, if you like. In this universe, it's going back 22,000 years, and it's a family that are known for self-slaughter. As I've pointed out, it's not likely that they would have survived this far down. Pardon me. But the choice of another life there, it's the same with Leto and Jessica. There's a choice. They could go to Tripoli. There's a way out, and they don't take it. And it's interesting. It's when your back's against the wall and death's the only option. These people are offered ways out, and they don't take them. That's ultimately the major criticism of Leto the First. Is he leads his entire house to death and destruction. He's well aware it's a trap. What is the objective of the trap? What is the purpose of the trap? It's to take you out. Time to go. It's as simple as that. It really is a fight or die kind of thing. But in the Dune universe, Leto the First choices are very poor, I think. So choosing to be a Mahdi, to be a Messiah type individual to the Fremen is what's made him a bad leader as well. Again, a criticism of that type of hero, if you like. Leto found he couldn't answer this. The memory of that decision was there within him. I cannot lie to you any more than I could lie to myself, Paul said. Now, for those of us who love picking words and language apart, that means I can lie to you just fine. Because we all lie, don't we? We all lie to others and we all lie to ourselves, but I think he does lie to himself here. So the statement, I cannot lie to you any more than I could lie to myself, means nothing. It's double talk. Yeah, because it's not, I can't lie to you, son. No, can't do it. It's, I can't lie to you any more than I can do this thing. If you can do this thing plenty, then you can do the other one plenty. If Paul lies to himself, then he can easily lie to his son. Paul said, I know this. Every man should have such an auditor. I was going to, that use of that word made me go Scientology, ping, 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 in my head. Every man should have such an auditor. Every person does kind of have that if you're honest with yourself. If you like, if you run with that whole, the unexamined life is not worth living, but just never mind the statement of it, just get on with it and examine it, if you like. To be very self-aware is a good thing, I think. And to know when, if you can be honest with yourself to an extreme, if you know when you're dishonest, when you're lying to yourself, when you deceive yourself, it's one of the, and to stop doing it, it's a very useful thing. But everybody lies. The trick is, the question to figure out is why. Generally, there's a reason behind it, isn't there? That's often not necessary, I've always found. But I tend to stick with the truth as much as possible. I don't have the patience to be a liar. And I think to be a consistent liar in life, you have to have a bloody good memory. Yeah, but I'm sure you've heard me talk about my early life and lies and things like that, and deceit, and why I'm not too fond of it. But every man should have such an auditor. I will only ask this one thing. Is the Typhon struggle necessary? So Kralizec, the Typhon struggle at the end of the universe, the thing that we're doing this to, give mankind a chance, I suppose. Is it necessary? Leto's response is, it's that or humans will be extinguished. Paul heard the truth in Leto's words. Again, is it true because Paul has truth sense, doesn't he? Is it true because Leto believes it to be true? Heard the truth in Leto's words, spoke in a low voice which acknowledged the greater breadth of his son's vision. I did not see that among the choices. Now, questions here I've got from that are, is the Typhoon struggle necessary? He doesn't say yes or no. He says it's that or humans will be extinguished. Fair enough. It could even be the question that humans are gone because they've evolved into something else. We never think about that one. So the questions I've asked here is does this mean that the Typhoon struggle is created by Leto? I've also put a wee thing here that it's easy for human beings to self-deceive and lie to themselves in relation to the first statement there. And it's that or humans will be extinguished. And I've written next to this, Leto can lie rightly here. So is he telling the truth or is he lying? It's that or humans will be extinguished. It's a bipolar thing, isn't it? It's one or the other. Paul heard the truth in Leto's words, spoken in a low voice, which acknowledged the greater breadth of his son's vision. I did not see that among the choices. The question was, why not? And again, their visions are, maybe they've caught different aspects of things. Something in it he hasn't seen. Is that because he didn't see it because it didn't happen? Is this Kralizec, this Typhoon struggle, is it a future myth that Leto's creating to is it that what his golden path is, his belief in this thing? Is he lying, I suppose, is the question I'm asking. Because he can lie and he has lied in this chapter. And as I said, if we're not too sure, there was a spoiler alert there, I gave it earlier, but by the time we get to the end of this book, we will know for a fact that Leto has lied in this chapter. Guarantee it. And it's a really important thing that he's lying about too. So the truth that's presented in this chapter, I don't know really, in all honesty, despite this great kind of vision battle, which is kind of a conversation in many ways, this kind of Aristeia between father and son, in which Leto has clearly defeated Paul. I don't know if I believe either of them coming out of it, which is a weird thing because these are my heroes. These are our protagonists for this book. Paul Atreides has been and we thought him dead, and the mysterious preacher is a fate, by the way, which is very similar to what happened to Judge Dredd. Hello, big love. I've got a Holly there. Looking to say hello. How are we doing, protect? Goodness gracious, we've gone on rightly tonight. We're nearly at the end of the chapter, folks. I will have to say my throat's going, so we'll not do the reading from Lord Raglan tonight. What we'll do is we'll put it in at the start of the next episode, because it's at the right point to read it, if you like. I'll jump forward a wee quick bit to why and get to them, and then I'll read your last little comments and we'll call it an evening, I think. My throat's going. So, it's that where humans will be extinguished. Paul heard the truth in Leto's words, spoke in a low voice which acknowledged the greater breadth of his son's vision. It's a bigger thing, isn't it? I did not see that amongst the choices. Why not is the question. I believe, this is Leto, I believe, and that's an interesting word, I believe the sisterhood suspects it. Leto said, I cannot accept any other explanation of my grandmother's decision. And I've written next to that, is he right or wrong here? And what we have to get from that is that the sisterhood therefore suspect that the Typhoon struggle is going to happen. I think that's what we get from that. And that their actions have got something to do with possibly trying to prevent it or possibly trying to encourage it to happen, but that Leto can't accept any other reason for what his grandmother's been up to. The night wind blew coldly around them then. It whipped Paul's robe around his legs. He trembled. Seeing this, Leto said, You've a kit, father. I'll inflate the tent and we can spend the night in comfort. Sorry, I've written a couple of words there twice. But Paul could only shake his head, knowing he would have no comfort from this night or any other. Muad'Dib, the hero must be destroyed. He'd said it himself. Only the preacher could go on now. And there we go. That's the end of that chapter. That was a chunky one, wasn't it, folks? Goodness gracious, I'm pleased we started early. It's nearly 1:30. Goodness, we've been at it since 9. What a great chapter. Wow. I'll catch up with your comments in a wee second, folks. Let me see. I need fluids. But absolutely brilliant. Hardly any mistakes in this chapter, thank goodness. The one little mistake, I don't think it is a mistake, is that I'm curious about is I spit on your plan. The possible double meaning, I don't know, because you could read it either way, and he's not literally spitting on it, but you could read it that way, couldn't you? That there's I think it is contempt, but within the culture that Frank Herbert has created within this universe, it kind of, we could wonder about it, couldn't we? Because generally spitting on something by a Fremen doesn't mean that at all. Oh, delicious. Behave. Oops. Bear with me, folks. I'll be out in a wee second, love. Hang on. Just wait. Let's see. Carlos Crusade says, just realized that Atreus is the son of Kratos in the God of War video game. Can't believe I never got that before. Oh yeah, there's a whole pile of Greek mythology stuff in that. I think they mix it up. But he is most certainly not the son of Kratos. Kratos is the personification of strength, of force. It's his name that you attach to Dame to get democracy. Kratos Demokratis, that bit. So that's who Kratos is in Greek mythology. He's a personification, isn't he? But yes, no, he's. I've got a few videos up, Carlos, on the station. It's the history of the Pelopid line, as I'm relating to Dune. But I've got the full family genealogies there for you, if you want to check it out. I don't know if anybody's seen them. I put a wee bit of work into that. So you've got a classicist who's done you a Greek genealogy of the family. I think it's a pretty good one, to be honest with you. And I filled it with evidence, so it's a nice thing to look at if you're into that kind of thing. But yeah, Cynthia said, is the Typhoon struggle the end of the universe, or the battle at the end of the universe, or the changes wrought by Leto's golden path? I get different interpretations of this at different points in the story. So do I, Cynthia, to be honest with you. I've kind of went with its it's an apocalyptic end of the world type battle, if you like, as is put forward by various religions and mythologies. That it's a similar thing. Battles at the end of the universe never really make sense because they're supposed to be at the end. That kind of thing is, that's kind of joke. They go for a meal in the restaurant at the end of the universe, and what exactly is going on at the end of the universe? I think it's a point in time that that if we believe Leto and his golden path, that the whole point is I get to do this for 3,500 years, and the excuse is it's not. Is it to stop it from happening, or is it simply to give mankind a chance to survive? Because if the alternative is mankind doesn't survive, and I've wondered about it myself. This humanity as a species within these series is on a way, is well on the track to evolving into something else, in multiple different ways, and where we have the disparity of different humans and different planets, etc., even including from what we can figure out, whole planets where there's just men, the Bene Gesserit where there's just women. This kind of, or we get this sense that about their evolution anyway. Men are involved in the bit with the Bene Gesserit breeding program, but you get the sense that all these groups are kind of evolving in a way, and they're not quite human anymore. Or I suppose that's the point where they've reached all this training. I think that these things would leap. It's a bit like the modern Olympics, isn't it? There's a point where sooner or later we're going to have to turn the Olympics into a postmodern Olympics, because there's limits to what human beings can do without augmentation, without drugs, this kind of thing. So sooner or later you'll get to a point where nobody breaks a record anymore, just with the limits of human beings. What do you do at that point if you want to make sport entertaining? It's time to stick on the robotic shoes and pump your athletes full of steroids, and get some good old kind of Roman type Olympics going, this kind of thing. I'm joking, of course, but it is a thing. There are limits. Change is wrong. I've always thought that the golden path, from what Frank was trying to do, I thought it was the vision of the dictator. That's often how I've interpreted it, because there are different interpretations, but ultimately, what is it? It's the way I look at it's the same with Paul. It's the bullshit that they sell you. Excuse me. Especially with the length of it and stuff like that. The thing that I thought that it most reminded me on was the idea of Hitler's idea of the 1,000-year Reich, this kind of thing, and what we must do to make this happen. This will be the thing that will lead the German people to all this greatness. And of course, he ultimately brings the German people to their own destruction, pretty much. And again, thinking whenever we point out this, Dune was started to be written in the 50s. It's in a post-World War II environment. There's a lot of that lingering. There's a Cold War going on, But Hitler's already an individual mentioned in these books. And I think that the comparison between Paul previously and Hitler and Genghis Khan, etc., it's the emperor's vision, if you like. It's to do whatever. I think it's an excuse. I think it's a bogeyman. A thing to scare little Fremen children and everybody in the empire at night. It's just can you imagine if one of your political leaders popped on today and says, right, everyone, we're starting this, that, and the other. We're instigating these programs, this, that, and the other, and we're going to start culling human beings in this continent. We're going to start giving these humans drugs. We're going to start augmenting this. And we're going to bring back gladiatorial games. Why? Because in 20,000 years, if I don't do this, we're all dead. Most of us will be considering the fact that we'll all be dead within 100 years anyway. There are real problems with the plan of the God Emperor in terms of his ideas of what sort of people we need at the end of the universe to fight, if you like, But I don't know. It's quite possibly, again, with Frank, he likes to leave a lot of these things open to our interpretation. Even the wee diagram that we got of Leto's vision of the stick man holding the scepter on the yellow brick road, if you like. You could think of the golden path as a bit like the yellow brick road, and possibly the Leto is the Wizard of Oz. I don't know. It's something I still wonder about. Something I never quite got. It's something I'm very happy to discuss. I've got ideas about it, but I have no certainty. But for me, the golden path was always, or the vision, if you like, because I think Paul's had one up until this point. It's who takes over the reins here. I think it's that particular person's vision that drives what they want towards a certain point that they've seen in the future. Or again, there's different ways that we can interpret these characters. We certainly, I've got another wee thing to read to you, actually, in relation to, maybe I'll just get a separate episode on and get it in between the next book club. I'm not going to read the Lord Raglan stuff tonight, folks. I'll change my title card and adjust it, but it's because my voice is shredded, to be honest with you, and it's quite late, and we've got that took a lot longer than I thought it would. But I don't know, Cynthia Typhon struggle. Think of it. I think of it as it's like a bogeyman type thing. Certainly, when I was growing up as a little kid, Christians would throw Armageddon at you, and come and tell you that you're going to burn and all this kind of stuff. But Armageddon and hell were the two main bogeymen that Christians used in this country to kids. I think I certainly caught a whole lot of it. Pardon me. And to a lot of people, to a lot of Christians, people think that's a very real thing. This big end of the world type battle's going to come. And there's stuff after it anyway, isn't there? But Typhoon Struggle, Kralizec, the Apocalypse, is in the hidden thing, isn't it? A lot of people equate apocalyptic with end of the world, and that's not what it means. Ragnarok could be a Ragnarok and roll, as I like to call it. Some of these things seem, because they're distant in the past, distant to other cultures and times. Nobody gets stressed about Ragnarok in the modern world, but there would be a lot of Christians who would stress out about prophecies relating to Armageddon, the beast, and who's what we've got a reference to in this chapter. This is one of the beasts of the apocalypse, is how we're and his dad, basically, father and son. So there's certainly that reference. We're getting a suggestion that something bad is coming. Though of course we do get that kind of duality with divinity within the Dune universe, that the worms are Shai-Hulud and Shaitan. Leto is going to become Shai-Hulud and Shaitan. And I think that's his another metamorphosis as well. Something. But there we go. Listen, folks, it's half on. My throat's going, which is not a good thing. I have to get the honey out. But yes, indeed. Carlos, anytime you want to chat about little things like that, the Greek mythology is peppered everywhere. But yeah, I certainly picked up. I've played a few of the God of War games. First couple, actually. I really enjoyed them. Good fun. But yeah, they play fast and loose with Greek mythology. I think interestingly, is Perseus is voiced in the, if I can remember correctly, in the God of War games by what's his name? Is it Harry Hamill? Harry Hamill? I nearly said Mark Hamill there. Is it Harry Hamill? Harry Hamlin, sorry, that's him, isn't it? American actor, yeah, who plays Perseus in Clash of the Titans. I think that's a great film. He's really good. And that I haven't seen much. Is he a madman? L.A. Law, that's where we knew him from before that. But yeah, the guy that plays Perseus in Clash of the Titans is the guy that does the voice in God of War 2, I think. For Perseus. So there you go, for coming in to fulfill the same role again after all those years. Well, listen, thank you very much, everybody. Send this in, thanks, Doc, and all. Thank you very much to everybody for contributing tonight. All sorts of good stuff there. It was a great chapter, wasn't it? Really just very interesting. Some things in this we'll kind of maybe pick up on in another book. But it certainly had me asking questions about both these men. I suppose, and the other thing is, it's a thing that maybe happens with heroes and stuff, but we're getting to see Paul laid a little bit bare here. The criticism of Paul by his son, his weakness, his choices. And definitely a little bit of deceit, I think, within this chapter. It's a very interesting one. I think it's some of Frank's best writing in this. And it's one of those kind of things, when it's when Arthur met Mordred, it's when Harry met Sally. It's that kind of thing, if you know what I mean. When Cuchulainn met Satanta, not Satanta, sorry, Cuchulainn is Satanta. I'm trying to remember the name of Cuchulainn's son. Yeah, it's one of those moments, I think, just within the series when these two characters meet. I think it's pretty good. Would remind me when Buck Rogers meets, that's the one I was looking for, when Buck Rogers meets Flash Gordon. And Buck Rogers in the 25th century, and Flash Gordon was played by Buster Crabbe. And it was, I don't know, I always remember that moment as a little kid. And I went, that's Buster Crabbe, isn't it? I'm like, wow, he's looking good for his age, and that was just a great, but it was kind of where Buck Rogers meets Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers is also Flash Gordon. It's a great moment, I think, within the book. It's one that drives a lot of questions, and it's taken all of these threads and Leto's okay. I'm getting rid of this option. I'm in charge and I'm driving this bus. And Paul's just along for the ride now. And the reason why I wanted to read the stuff on the hero very quickly, and we'll do it for next time, was the ending here. And the hero, by the way, Muad'Dib, the hero, is capital T in the book. The hero, the same as the title of this book. The hero must be destroyed. He'd said it himself. Only the preacher could go on there. So it was just one of those things where we're reading out some relevant stuff. We'll have a wee read at it, and possibly might try and get an extra program in between it and the next book club one. We'll just do that stuff about the hero and have a wee chat about it. But either that, or we'll attach it to the next chapter. Let's have a wee quick look. How long is it? That was a bit of a monster for me, that one. In terms of these, let's see, 55, 7 pages long. That's not too bad. We'll run it with. We'll just do that with the next chapter, 3 pages and 4. Yeah, and then we'll double up the next 2 after that, 5.5, and then we got an 8.5. 64. That's quite short. We got a lot of short chapters, so we will double up. We've got less than 10 to go. 62, 13 pages. Let's see. Very 6, and then the last one is actually 10 for the final chapter. So yeah. Basically, if the 2 chapters come to about 10 pages or so, we'll put them together. So that's what we'll have for the next time. Again, as Carlos is saying, until next time, as always, folks, I'll do my absolute best to go for Thursday at 9 p.m. But life sometimes just it doesn't happen. But as always, if we can't go on the Thursday, we'll do our best to go on the Friday. So it's just that's the way it works sometimes, you know. So thank you very much. I really appreciate everybody. Some great chat tonight, lovely comments, great ideas, and some wonderful insights. Thank you so much as always. I'm going to go take it easy. I hope you guys do the same. Look after yourselves. Have a good night. I'll see you all real soon. All the best. Bye bye.